All right, adding my overlay. Come on, come on. FaceTime camera one. Where's my overlay? What? What's going on here? What's going on? How's my? I I look like this is amateur hour right here. How did my camera? Primary display, secondary display. No, primary display. My I had it a second ago, and now my camera. Fucking A. What the hell? Is this screwing something up? This is amateur hour. I'm sorry. Where am I? I can get you guys on. Come on, FaceTime camera one. Where the hell am I? There's me. Trying to get an overlay. Here we go. Amateur hour. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Professional streamer. I had bad time. I'm just out of it today. Very tired. Very rainy. Um, it's a stressful weekend. The but here we are. And is the Super Bowl over here? Is that what everybody is really caring about? Let's see here. Let's look at my Super Bowl score. Is this the final? Rams won. Yes, Rams won. You guys are all still at your Super Bowl parties. I'm here in Taipei. Um, the we had some interesting discussions on before the stream started. Um, one of the things that I thought was, unless you guys want to discuss the Super Bowl, which I didn't watch, but one of the things that was kind of interesting is we were talking a little bit about how this has nothing to do with ice and fire, and but how we were talking about how the practice of wearing a hijab and niqab like came about in the Middle East, and what was kind of what caused it, and even if it had an initial cause and things like this. But we kind of know that over the course of my life, for example, from the 70s to the today, like women used to show their hair, then they slowly started wearing what they call hijab, which is to cover the hair, and then eventually a lot of women now are wearing face covering, the niqab, a little bit more every day. When I talk to people who lived in the 80s, they would say, "Oh, you never really saw a hijab," and then every once in a while you see more, and then it became every woman was wearing a hijab, and then, but they'd still say, "Oh, but you never saw niqab," and now you see a lot of niqabs, um, and it's a funny thing about like conventions and how people get stuck in these trends that go one way, because you start thinking about it from an individual perspective. Like, the average guy probably doesn't care, but he doesn't want to be the only guy on the block whose wife is not wearing a hijab, because then people are going to talk, and that goes with anything, right? It goes with vaccinations. Like, most people probably don't care, but in their friend group, like if they're the only person that's not been vaccinated, or the inverse, they might get shit. One of the most respected minds I've ever had the chance of meeting in my life. I took a class by him. His name is Thomas Schelling, and he's one of the smartest guys I've ever met in my life. He won the Nobel Prize in economics for game theory, and I had the chance of having his class in graduate school, and he was like 80 at the time, and he was still early 80s at the time, and he was still so sharp. He was so sharp, even in his early 80s. And what made him so smart in my mind was he could take super complicated things and explain them so simply. And if you ever have a chance to read a book by Tom Schelling, he has a bunch of them. I think I'm going to bring him up real quick. Let's see here. This is him. He's one of the smartest guys I've ever met. He when he was young, he worked on the Marshall Plan, and the stories he had were just incredible. And then just how his mind worked so simply and yet so incredibly. But he, if you ever have a chance to read one of his books, it's one of the best reads you'll ever have, because it's just, everything is so simple, but it's so nice. Like, I read a paper by a little thing by him, where he was describing like why you like, say a diamond thief wants to steal a diamond, and the diamond's in one of two locations. It's either at your house or it's at your job, and you have a safe in both locations. And say the safe at work is better. It's like a 90% chance of keeping out a criminal, but the safe in your house is about a 50% chance of keeping out a criminal. And he only has one chance. He has one evening to either go to your job or your home. And he's saying, okay, in the mind of the thief, like, which safe do you choose? Because, like, logically speaking, okay, the safe at work is better. It's a 90% chance of working. Maybe I should keep it in the safe at work. But if he's thinking that, he's going to go to your work and try to get the diamond. So you could keep it in the safe at home, and then you have a 0% chance of getting it, because he went to your work thinking you went for the better safe. It's a little bit of this like mind bending back and forth of the Princess Bride and the Sicilian, right? Like, or he could like think, well, wait a minute, maybe you're thinking that too, and so you're going to keep it at your safe at home, so maybe you should go to your home. And you can go back and forth on this, like, which safe should you put it in versus which safe should he choose. And it turns out the answer in the end is actually a probability function, that you should randomly choose which safe to put it in. And then in the end, like, his choice would be a coin flip. And through this explanation of like diamond in a safe, like it's such a beautiful read, and it's so logical. But also like mind-bendingly like funny. Anyway, he had some incredible stories, and I'm going to get back to the hijab discussion, because he actually wrote a lot of papers on white flight. But he had some crazy stuff, like crazy stories from the Marshall Plan. Like, he was involved in the Marshall Plan, and at the time he said that it was a bunch of big brains, big outside the box kind of thinkers. And Tom Shelley, I met Tom Shelley at a gas station once. He slapped my ass. I doubt it. But funny nonetheless. So one of the things that now you've made me lose my train of thought. But one of the stories he had from the Marshall Plan was pretty incredible, because he said these were big thinkers at the time, and one of the big ideas that one of these big thinkers came up with, and this is the late 50s, and was, okay, we've got this problem with the Soviet Union. They have nuclear weapons. We have nuclear weapons. Soviet Union has roughly the same population of the United States. What if we have a huge student exchange program with the Soviet Union, where 1 million American students study abroad in the Soviet Union, and 1 million Soviet students study abroad in the United States. And not only will it be a cultural exchange where we're going to learn about each other, but it'll be such a massive deterrent to nuclear war because neither side would want to nuke their children. And so, a million 15-year-olds on each side to prevent nuclear war. Not to mention a really cool cultural exchange. Such a brilliant idea, such an outside the box kind of thing. Of course, it never went forward. Like it got nixed. Like it was too good of an idea. But one of the things that Tom Schelling talked about was white flight and one of the reasons white flight happens. It's not just because people are racist or they're not, and like, oh, I don't want to live in a black part of town. It's more that on both sides, white people and black people living in the same neighborhood, there's a degree of comfort one has. So say you are at a party with 100 people and there's at some point, if the party is a certain percentage of black people, that every single person is going to feel uncomfortable and want to leave. So if say you go into a party that's 50% black and 50% white, some people are going to be uncomfortable, at least, and so that one white person leaves, or that one black person, one white person leaves, and now the party is 51% black. And so now a new person is uncomfortable because their threshold was 51. And say even your threshold is like, I'm comfortable as long as there's at least one other white person at that party. It's 98 black people, but at least as long as there's one white person, but that other person might have a threshold of like, I'm comfortable as long as there's like three white people at the party. And so these tipping points happen where people say, okay, well, I'm comfortable until this point. But the problem is everybody else has this whole shifting scale of comfort. And this is the whole reason like white flight and black flight happen, is that, people aren't comfortable unless certain people like them or around them. And everybody has a threshold of a certain point. And so it's the same kind of thing with hijabs. Like if no one in the Middle East, if none of the women are wearing hijabs, it's kind of uncomfortable to wear a hijab. But if everybody's wearing a hijab, then it's uncomfortable not to. It's like, I don't know if any of you have ever shown up to a party overdressed or underdressed, and how incredibly uncomfortable that is. To show up to a wedding and you're wearing jeans. Like it's a horrible feeling to be overdressed or underdressed, But now imagine that's like your entire life. And it's fundamentally the same thing as white or black flight. Anyway, this whole thing happened in the Middle East, and now we're getting to the point where, women are all covered up. And people can try to say it's because of beliefs and political movements and things like this, but it's, for the average person, it's about what everybody else is doing and just kind of a trend of where you're going. Okay. Where are we right now? Now, everybody's still talking about the Super Bowl. I'll get to this. I'll get to this super chat in a second. Overdressed, rich white people problem, but it's a little. But it's like anything though. Like a friend of mine from high school. I went to high school in the '90s, and Kurt Cobain did a show where he wore a dress, and so a friend of mine thought, it'd be really, what, I'm going to go to school in a dress, and he did. He went to school in a dress because Kurt Cobain did a show in a dress, and it was a really rough day. And I think, not only were there people like screaming things like, hey, fag, but, just the stickers and the stares. It was a lot of attention. Even if somebody didn't kind of do something outright towards him, there was still just the looks, like I lived in China in 1999. And I have to say, like, one of the hard things was just walking down the street and being watched at all times by people, like eating lunch and having every person in the restaurant like looking at you, just watching you, because you were just this thing that stuck out. Because I was white and everybody else was Asian. Like it was a it was it's an odd feeling on what it does to your psyche. I mean, this is why things like mob mentalities happen and lynch mobs and stuff like that. You know, when everybody we're social creatures. Like when everybody else is doing something, we do something. Um, you're compelled to yawn when other people yawn. You're compelled to laugh when other people laugh. There's a thing in the Middle East called zagarit, which ululation. You kind of go, and when you ululate, other people feel compelled to ululate. It's very funny. It's just like laughter or yawning or whatever. Um, it was a little bit of it. It was like how me sticking out in China was a little bit because I was tall, but it was mostly because I was white. Like all the other white people like got stared at too. Like it was like if I tripped on the sidewalk, there's gonna be like five people laughing at me. Like you become really insecure and self conscious when you're being watched at all time by people that are just like, oh my gosh, like you are, um, you know, you are a freak. Um, and this is a big thing. French colleague who worked in had a French colleague who worked in Japan and loved it until he learned Japanese and heard what people said. Like, yeah, like there's just really weird. You're. It's kind of like being a rock star and a zoo animal at the same time. Because some places people are like, oh my gosh, a foreigner is here. This is so awesome. And then other times they're like, look at that foreigner. His nose is so big. He's so funny looking. What the hell? Like, I literally had a guy on a bus like touch my arm once and laugh and call me a monkey. Like that literally happened to me in China. It was just little things like going to the sometimes it's harmless, like you go to the barber and they're like, "Oh, your hair is so soft." It's just different. Um they thought Preston was Attack on Titan. Yeah, yeah, a little bit. It was tough. It was tough. Um, the um, let's see. What was I? Okay, let's see. Before we get to I'll answer this one real quick, and then um, and then I want to talk about. Uh, I mean, you guys all watched the trailers, I imagine, at the Super Bowl. There's a few of those that look pretty cool that were good. Let's see here. Does it seem that George Mormont knows too much about Essos sometimes? He knows all the culture, the languages, and he spent most of his life in Westeros. Um, I mean, obviously, like Jorah is uh, a mechanism for exposition. Like there's a lot of things he shouldn't know about Essos. There's actually one weird passage where it's Viserys explaining something about Dothraki culture to Daenerys in the first or second chapter of Daenerys when it should be Jorah. Like it makes more sense. I think they even switched it to Jorah in the show because it didn't make sense for Viserys to be saying it. But both Viserys and Jorah have to be exposition to some degree. Um, so the Viserys thing is funny because later on they put such emphasis on the fact that Viserys doesn't know Dothraki culture, and so for some reason like he's telling Dany about Dothraki culture. Um, and so, but the question is, should Jorah know all this? I mean, Jorah spent, let's see, a good, I mean, is it a good decade? No, let's see. I'm trying to think. In 289, he wins he participates in the tourney or 289 or 290, and then he meets Lyness and gets married. He goes back and things fall apart in a few years. I think he spent at least 5 years or so in Essos, fighting in sellsword companies. Now, I admit that like fighting in a sellsword company is not exactly the best exposure to how a culture works or functions, because you're just hanging out with soldiers all day. And granted, it's soldiers from different places, but I do wonder, like, was he hanging out with Dothraki soldiers? Like, are Dothrakis in sellsword companies? I mean, there's Dothrakis in the Brave Companions, and there's some Dothrakis in the Unsullied. But the would I think it's all right that he knows some of the stuff. I mean, knowing about a shy and the grass is outside of a shy and things like that is a little odd. But I suppose he would spend enough time in sellsword companies with peoples from all the different free cities, and that he could learn about that. So I don't necessarily think it's too bad, but you have to forgive it to some degree, because Jorah is simply an exposition machine for Daenerys, as like he's going to explain everything about it. Now, of course, I do think Jorah is, whether George will do anything with it, but he definitely planted some suspicious seeds on why Jorah was trying to get Dany to go east to a shy with him. And his exact relationship with Varys and Illyrio hasn't really been fleshed out. She asked him about it briefly in A Storm of Swords, but we don't really know when he stopped informing for them, or if he has, and where his loyalties truly lie. Like, yeah, he's in love with Daenerys, but he still wants to make money and do all sorts of weird scheming. I think that reading Game of Thrones, that he was definitely sketchy in how he treated Viserys and getting Viserys killed. Like, he had every opportunity to save Viserys and keep him from dying, and preventing conflict, and he went and betrayed Viserys. So this is Viserys is the guy he swore his loyalty, his fealty to. I mean, he's Viserys' knight. He's essentially Viserys' Kingsguard, and he goes and he just betrays him. And so, I really hate Jorah. Like, Jorah, and maybe it's because I have this weird like sympathy pity for Viserys, but I always think Jorah's sketchy. He betrayed his king to hit on a 15-year-old girl, and I think it's kind of disgusting. And before that, it was like, he was willing to sell people into slavery so he could buy nice things for his hot wife. Like, there's nothing really good about Jorah. I think he's a really shitty character. But the show makes people like Jorah more because the actor is so likable and charismatic. But they aged up Daenerys and things like that. But man, Jorah is sketch as hell. So let's see here. Will The Winds of Winter fail as a book due to the amount of time that George has spent on it, being so far removed from his initial inspiration for the story 30 years ago? I think in my mind, it depends what fail is. Like, financially, it's going to do fine. I think that it's going to have more to do with A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons than a lot of show viewers would like, which is a success for, I think, us fans, but probably a failure for everybody else. I know a lot of people, like I've read a lot of reviews of A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons when they both came out, and critics did not like either book. They did not like either book. Um, and so they essentially said what a lot of us kind of know is that, oh, George R. R. Martin, he lost he lost control of his story. It's like grown too big and it's gotten out of his control. Like, we definitely ended A Storm of Swords thinking that the plot was going somewhere, that it was marching somewhere and coming together, and then all of a sudden, A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons happens, and there's just this expansion of the story where we all kind of admit that it's impossible to sum it up, to finish it in two books. So I think The Winds of Winter is going to be a lot like A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons, and I think for people like super fans that like all of the little background stuff and the world building and the subplots and all these new characters, I think that it'll be interesting. But I think I think it's going to get trashed by critics. I'll tell you that. Um, Viserys did nothing wrong. I mean, he probably shouldn't have beaten his sister. I mean, the physical abuse and the mental abuse was not good. Um, yeah, and obviously Jorah has been friend zoned, which we most men have been there. I've definitely been friend zoned in my life. Weirdly, I know a lot of people who have gotten out of the friend zone and have married their person. Like, they waited it out. They fully waited it out. It took like sometimes years, but they were successful in like watching a woman get treated like crap by someone, watching her go through all of the pain, getting her treated like crap by somebody else, always being the guy, and then finally like waiting it all out until she came around. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen many times. So I think being in the friend zone is a horrible strategy for your own mental health. I don't think it's worth it. I think there's plenty, and this is whether you're a woman or a man. There's so many great people in the world. There's so many great people in the world that you have the opportunity to meet somebody cool. If you're being friend zoned, just you're wasting your time. Like, when there's so many people out there, like it's like you understand that like you're emotionally connected with somebody, but there's so many great people in the world. Like, why waste your time when you can always meet somebody else? It's Jorah will become Tyrion's new weapon. I believe Jeor Mormont was a good father to Jorah, Sam, and Jon. We catch Jorah at a really bad time. I don't think there's anything bad with Jeor. I mean, Jeor is a little angry and screaming, but he didn't necessarily do anything too bad. I don't know, like, it's funny how the show portrays Jeor as this like father figure for Sam, which he never was. Like, he just screams at Sam and then he dies. Like, that's Jeor's entire relationship with Sam in both book and show. With Jon, I see a little more because we are actually there for the heartfelt conversations about his father and him giving him the sword and things like this, and choosing Jon to be his protege, and realizing that Jon had potential and all of these sorts of things. Like, that means a lot to Jon. It's funny how they just threw Sam in there in the show, and he meets Jorah and he's like, "Oh, your dad was like a father to me." Oh, really? Like, he screamed at you about losing ravens, and then that was your entire relationship. I mean, granted, Sam doesn't have a father figure, so maybe that's, relatively speaking, that's a great father. like if if we remove Randall Tarley, I mean, Chet was a great father figure to Sam compared to Randall Tarley. I'm making myself laugh. I'm sorry. But But the um, so yeah, I mean, we have nothing. We hear nothing bad about Jorah Mormont's relationship with Jorah. Um, so it's going to be an interesting conversation when Jorah actually finds out. Now, I personally think it's a much cooler story if Gilly is on that ship to Slaver's Bay with Marwyn, and she's the one that tells Jorah what happened all the way in the north. I think that's a much cooler story than say Jorah making it to the old town and meeting Sam, or Tyrion like sent giving him the news. Like I think that's you know not as cool, but I really like the idea of Gilly ending up in Slaver's Bay. Um, but yeah, I mean Jorah's had a bad Jorah's had a bad decade, I guess. He's had a rough decade, but I suppose it's his own fault. I mean, you know, he uh, he goes for the high maintenance hot girl, and then sells people into slavery in order to buy her singers, and then fights forever, and then decides to fall in love with a little girl who looks like his ex-wife. Um, yeah, he's not in a good place. Like, I think Jorah needs some therapy. He needs to like sit down and like talk out these issues. Um, you know, uh, he's not. He's definitely not. He's not in a good place at all. So, all right, hold on a second. Let's see. Um, it's true. Friend zone is cruelty. I suppose we all kind of, people have told me that in my youth that I was like too flirty and friendly with everyone too, and that like I led people on and stuff like that. It's an interesting thing about how far like flirting with people and making making yourself feel good and feel wanted in this world, like how far you can take it and how far it goes. Um, because there's daily stuff like just being nice and friendly to somebody and being a little flirty with somebody. And it could be nothing, and then and then when it becomes like you're hanging out with this person all the time as somebody that you want daily affirmation from, that this person is into you. You are kind of like torturing somebody. Um, da, da, da. Could the others be antagonistic towards Bran because they want to save their fellow humans from falling under the of a big brother dictator? Hmm. Yeah, anything's possible. I mean, my original idea was that the others were a branch of humanity that learned to live in the cold after, you know, living underground during the long night, and then became genetically different and need babies to because of their genetic bottleneck. Um, However, the show, really goes against that idea and pushes this idea that they're actually a legitimate threat. Even though I've seen people talk to George R. R. Martin about the others, and he says, oh, he doesn't want to reveal whether they're pure evil or not. But at the same time, he's compared them to global warming, which global warming is a purely evil thing that has nothing that has no sympathetic side. So um, yeah, it gets tougher. I think though with a situation like time traveling Bran, I don't know if anybody else knows that Bran is time traveling. I think um, it seems like he would be the ultimate puppet master. Um, but yeah, they. I guess there's a few things from the show that makes me think that plot, as we saw, is the way to go. I mean, there's certain lines that just felt George R. R. Martin. When they're all sitting around that map, and um, Sam all of a sudden chimes in about how the others want to destroy Bran because Bran is human knowledge, and that is true death when all knowledge of you disappears as well. Um, uh, which that sounds like George. I don't know if D&D, for instance, would choose like in the middle of a big battle plan to like stop the conversation to talk about the nature of death and how, because in Ice and Fire there's many references to the fact that we keep on living after we die because a ghost of us continues on, as in like our existence and other people's memories. And that's very George R. R. Martin. It's the entire plot of the Armageddon Rag, that a ghost is the remnants of us outside of ourselves. Marwyn, I'm not Marwyn, but uh, um, my it's the discussion with Marwyn. So Qyburn talks with Cersei about his discussion with Maester Marwyn about whether or not, like, if you're leaving a room and your perfume smells is still there and the cushion is still warm, like that's a remnant of you, and so thus it's a ghost. Um, and so that being some sort of passing on of yourself, and so all of a sudden that Sam discussion in the final season, about how, if they kill the three-eyed crow and all memories of human beings, then that's like true death. Like that's very George. So, I do kind of see things going that way, as in the show, or at least originally. We'll see how things are changing. Um, let's see here. John Connington, poker player hiding a bad hand. Definitely, definitely. Um, John Connington's entire strategy is to take Storm's End by a trick, and then using that trick, convince everyone that he is this, incredibly powerful person with the real Aegon. Who knows if it's the real Aegon or not? And hoping that everyone's going to flip. And then once everyone flips, um, hope that Daenerys marries Aegon and secures that situation. I mean, it's a real long shot. Poor John Con. Like, I don't know what he's thinking. Like, it's really tough. Like, though, I mean, it's not far from Viserys's plan. Though Viserys was looking for an army, 5 times more. Though he really thought that, like, he wanted 50,000 people, and then once he had the 50,000 Dothraki screamers, he figured that everyone would switch. But in a moment of coping, he's like, well, I can do it with 10. Like, if I can take these dragon eggs and buy a certain number of soldiers, I can do it. And then Jorah Mormont like says, like, yeah, he might. And then here we see John Connington doing that plan, attacking at the right time and hoping that enough people like switch over. He's pulling Viserys' plan, which we all thought, like, oh, Viserys, what an idiot. Who would ever do that? Well, John Connington's doing it, and we'll see how it goes. Now, John Connington, we'll see if he's. I mean, I think he will be clever enough to take Storm's End. I think that's just where the plot is going. So, if he takes Storm's End, I mean, would Viserys be clever enough to take Storm's End? I don't know. I don't think so. But if John Con is clever enough to take Storm's End, and everybody switches, it's a pretty, it might work out. Do you think Cersei could have poisoned Tywin so she didn't have to remarry? She totally pushed her friend down the well and never admits it. This is all. This is all true. There's. I toyed with the idea of whether or not Cersei was responsible for accidentally killing Joffrey at his wedding, because Cersei was in charge of planning the wedding, and So the idea is that, okay, maybe Cersei actually put poison in the pigeon pie, and it was Tyrion's pigeon pie, and she was trying to kill Tyrion because she was having those dreams. Um, but the problem is that she literally she literally says in her mind that Tyrion killed Tywin and Joffrey. Like she thinks that. Now, could she be Tyler Durdening it? Maybe she's insane. Yeah, absolutely. She could be insane and really coping. Um, but at this moment, I think we have to trust her word when she thinks in her head, in her own mind. I think she said the imp. She doesn't actually say Tyrion, so you could even say that the imp is a piece. Maybe the imp is a piece of her psyche. But but this idea that she literally thinks that the imp killed Joffrey and her father. So so it's a little different from Malaria Heatherspoon, um, where she never says that she pushed Malaria down a well or that she killed her, but she doesn't say the opposite. She doesn't say Malaria accidentally fell down. Like we she's everything she says is true. Like Malaria did fall down a well. Like um, so she doesn't say like, oh, uh, you know, my friend Tiffany pushed Malaria down the well, because then you'd be like, oh gosh, well who's Tiffany? Well, Tiffany's Cersei, but it's so I think yeah, thank you, Kyle. All right, before I forget, who wants to let's see here. Hold on a second. I'll get back to the streams in a second, but I wanted to talk about this here. Am I going to get like copyright strike? Do you think if I do some things here? Let's see what happens if I do this. Let's okay. Let's go back here. So that played during the Super Bowl, right? Or a little bit. I'll go back to super chats in a little bit. Somebody asked earlier, Carmine, if you were gonna watch Lord of the Rings. I know you were a little half-assed about the Wheel of Time. Yeah, so if you want to discuss it, I think it's funny that it's like they literally say before the ring, Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power. Like what? That's your slogan. Before the rings, Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. I I think the whole thing is about Second Age kind of stuff. The thing is, there's so many stories in the Silmarillion that happen in the Second Age. It could be literally anything. Um, I mean, you could go directly into the events with Sauron, or you could have like a whole bunch of tiny little side stuff. Um, did you watch Wheel of Time? You can call in. You can call in, Carmine, if you're not having a calzone. Yeah. This is some other things. Let's see. Cringy. It. I thought that some of the I will say it looks consistent with The Hobbit in how The Hobbit was portrayed. Like the some of the some of the CGI is good, some of the CGI is bad. It all looks a little too clean. You know, the original series was very gritty, and it looks a little clean. Um, so yeah, Sauron's influence in the Second Age. I mean, obviously, like the big bad in the Second Age is Morgoth, but the you know, you want to still focus on Sauron, right? Like, um, Yeah. It's like the wiki says Numenor, Moria, um, Celebrimbor, Gadriel. When does Numenor sink? Does that happen in the Second Age? Uh, but the or is it still an it's still an island at some point? Um, One Ring is the last made of 20. I figured he would have made them all at the same time. I mean, I get it that he like forged them and then he like forged the like did he distribute them before he forged the last one? Like I would have like did them all, distributed one, and then had like the connector. Like, doesn't it a little weird that you'd make the one that combined them all afterwards? I mean, it's pretty weird that they're not made all at the same time. You know, um, I mean, I guess it's possible, but uh, like and describe, but yeah, yes. Sorry, guys. Um, Sauron is the big. I thought first stage is like the devil's first try. Second age is the devil's second try, and then Sauron is the the third age. Maybe I'm completely maybe I'm completely wrong here. I have to I'll have to look this up. Like my Lord of the Rings knowledge is rusty after with it's Melkor who is the devil, and then he changes his name to Morgoth. So it's like, it's like Megatron, Galvatron. It's like it's the same guy, but he has two different names, right? Um, so godlike Morgoth. He's got the two trees. Uh, he returns. Do they say? Yeah. So, oh, well, I guess maybe Morgoth is all in the first stage. Oh well, I have to look up these things. Oh right, yeah, this might be what I'm confused about. It might have been Melkor Age of Trees, Morgoth First Age, and something like that. Rusty on my on my Ice and Fire. I mean, on my Lord of the Rings. The Second Age time period with the yeah, I guess yeah. All right. Sauron, yeah, it's I was wrong, guys. Second Age is completely Sauron. He arrives like in the 500th year of the Second Age, and it was Melkor's first attempt during the Age of Trees and Morgoth in the First Age. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Melkor is not named Morgoth by himself. It was actually elves. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I guess this is different. It does make him different from Megatron and Galvatron, where these I think Galvatron names himself. The oh, I see. So this is supposedly beautiful Sauron territory. Everyone thought he was there to help, right? Because Sauron starts off as the same kind of being as Gandalf, right? He's um, kind of like an immortal kind of wizard kind of thing, but I mean not exactly a wizard because I guess there's technically only five wizards. That's true. I got all this research to do before, because I mean, Silmarillion. I mean, I've tried to read that. It's just so boring, guys. I mean, come on, come on. I mean, you asked me about Galvatron. I mean, I can just watch, the Transformers movie, and that's pretty exciting. Sexy Sauron. I mean, does how big? I mean, is he human size? Like, can he actually have sex with like normal people? Does he? Can he only have sex with like ents or like trolls? I mean, is it like sexy for for uselessness of it? Um, oh man, this is what I'm saying. Like Silmarillion, so it's just so dry. All of these characters that you don't even care about. I find even the appendix of Lord of the Rings, where you find out what all the characters do afterwards, like really dry and impossible to read. Like you're like, "Ah, I've forgotten half of these people, and like, do I really care that that Samwise had 11 children who were named, Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo, Huey, Dewey, Louie. Oh, they're gonna make the show family friendly? What? There's no sex in Lord of the Rings? Huh. Well, I mean, Tolkien was kind of a little uptight, right? Like I don't know. Um, is there anything sexy, like anything sex in Lord of the Rings? Because this is why, like, it's impossible not to watch the movies and insert certain things, like, the romance between Samwise and Frodo and stuff like that. But it is disturbingly like Star Wars, like completely sterile celibate creatures. um you know huh. Sauron can take any form he wants. He could be any type of sexy. So he can be like sexy Ent. He can be sexy troll. Um, huh. And Maya can have kids with elves. So they're definitely like banging. That's really weird. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Like, do you think he has like the weird armor on it? Um, I mean, it'd be pretty crazy. Like you think about how like intense Frodo's like experiences with the ring, with the eye, like staring in his face, going and like, could you imagine like actual sex with Sauron? Like, and like when it finally comes time, like you're just like this eye in your face, going come. It's that would be the most. That would be most. Huh. Oh man, that's the thing, is I can't think of anyone having sex. I mean, in like there's stuff in the abstract, like people having families and stuff, but um, oh, there is some love here between Luthien and Baron. I see. Um, so the story of um, Luthien and Baron always makes me laugh, because if I'm thinking of the right story. Hold on a second. I want to make sure before I go into it, because I think it's, yeah. So so Luthien and Baron, which is of course this like story of the elf maiden Luthien and Baron being human, and so on one level it's supposed to parallel Aragorn and Liv Tyler, and so the and so I remember I remember meeting this Lord of the Rings super fan. Like this guy got like got like a PhD in English literature, like focusing on Lord of the Rings, and was like studied Elven and stuff like that, and just stuff that's like beyond crazy. And keep in mind, like I'm crazy, like we're all crazy here, like right, like we're all crazy, and like meeting a person where you're just like, oh my god, you're absolutely insane. Um, so when I met him, Lord of the Rings had just come out, like the Return of the King just come out, and people asked him like, "Oh, what do you think of the movies?" And he hated them, and he hated them because he felt they strayed like way too far from the books. And I was like, can you give me an example? And he's like, oh, well, like one major example is like when you change like major themes of the story. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? He's like, well, like the addition of Liv Tyler and expanding her role. Like I understand like why they did it for Hollywood. You want to have more females on screen because it's a pretty male heavy story. I get it. But at the same time, you're destroying like major themes. And I'm like, major themes? Like what major theme is being destroyed by having like 10 minutes of fucking Liv Tyler on screen? And he goes into Luthien and Beren and how like, the entire story of Luthien and Beren is Aragon and Liv Tyler. And by having Liv Tyler like show up and like rescue hobbits at certain point, like shatters that parallel. And I'm like, you're talking about like paralleling some like random footnote. Like that's not a major theme. Like so, it's not a major theme at all. Like, but he really thought that like you could not touch something as specific as the parallel between Aragorn and Beren without destroying the entire Lord of the Rings story. Oh man. All right. Let's before I get behind on let's go back to some super chats before I move on to Doctor Strange, because we want to talk about Doctor Strange. So we talked about this, we talked about this, I did this. Um Here we go. If Naga's bones were werewoods, then is time traveling Bran or the children of the forest have anything to do with the outcome of the election of the Ironborn? This is so this is really interesting kind of discussion. So some people think that Naga's bones, because they're these large petrified um, white things sticking out of the ground, that these could perhaps be werewoods. Um, Now, it's not that I don't think that they're necessarily werewood, but I think that they are werewood that has been used. Um, so I want to throw something out here. Hold on a second. So this is a good photo. Yeah, here we go. I want to show this. So this is a ship that's like under construction, and so you can kind of see the wood planks come out in this kind of formation like this, like and so it remains arced, and so you could imagine that a ship's skeleton would have a similar structure to a giant animal skeleton. You'd look at these and be like, oh, are these rib bones? And so I think when Naga's bones, they might be made of werewood, but I think they were constructed into a giant ship of some sort. And this would parallel the sand ship in Dorne crashing, and House Martell taking up residence in a giant petrified ship. And so I I think that is the situation there. Now, could the result of the I think it all just, I mean, on the ship thing, I think it just goes to show that there's some sort of massive uh, technologically advanced civilization that happened before the events that we see, and we've just got a lot of evidence of this. I mean, we have Storm's End, we have the Wall, we have the black oily stones, we have the sand ship, and we have Naga's ribs. And so I think that's what's going on there. It may very well be petrification. Now, the weird thing about petrification is a lot of people like don't understand what it is. In that petrification isn't really something turning to stone. Um, there's this weird passage in Jamie's chapter in A Dance with Dragons where they're at Raven Tree and they talk about a tree being 1,000 years old and maybe in another 1,000 years it'll be turned to stone. Of course, 1,000 years in Ice and Fire is metaphorical. They don't literally mean 1,000 years. 1,000 years can be 100 years. 1,000 years can be 10,000 years. 1,000 years can be 1,000,000 years. It just means a fucking long time, like 1,000 years. So some people are like, oh, the werewood at Raventree Hall is half petrified. No, it's not half petrified. Okay, he's just saying that it's really old, and maybe in a really long time it's going to be petrified. So it's not half petrified. But Naga's ribs are stone. But the thing is, when things are petrified, and George R. R. Martin, he knows this, things aren't changing to stone. They're like sediment is filling cells, and then the cells are withering away, and you're left with sediment. And so it has the image of the thing, but it's not the thing, right? So even if Naga's bones were originally werewood, they're no longer werewood. They're stone, and because that's what petrification is like. And so, but at the same time, like ignoring all of that, like the ribs are no longer werewoods. Like being petrified, a petrified werewood is not werewood. It's stone. You had sediment. So, however, there's discussion that Bran can move beyond the werewood anyway, and there's those faces on the wall in the stone cave with Ariana in her sample chapter. So, could Bran find his way to watching things through those ribs? Yeah, probably. Like he can move beyond the werewood. I can imagine he could look anywhere at any time, and he would have that power. Maybe somehow these stone pillars could be a crutch in some way. But to make it a little easier, I don't know. But yeah, I think that's I didn't have a kind of a clear answer there. There was a lot of kind of stuff all at once there. But now, could they have affected the election of the Ironborn? I think it's definitely possible. I mean, at this point, like, there's just something weird and spooky and improbable happened. Was it the horn? Maybe. Was it people just wanting money at the moment? That too could have happened. Where what the Aaron certainly describes it as even he was overcome at the moment and crowned Euron, and then ran off and immediately regretted it. And so even he was a little weirded out by the whole situation. So we've got a lot of like plausible deniability. It could be a lot of things. And maybe George hasn't even decided, but yeah, it could have been some sort of telepathy, like influencing people. Like Euron seems to be influencing people telepathically. It could be time traveling Bran. It could be that horn. It could be a lot, or maybe people just were like money. Great money, cool. I mean, at the beginning of the stream, we talked about, mob rule and how people just have like go with the flow of everybody around them. It might have been that too. So it's a big mystery, but I think it's completely possible that there was some mind control going on. And anytime there's mind control, it could be time traveling Bran. Let's say I do find it awfully suspicious that Pycelle's first thought was to get potions for Josh when everyone else thought he was choking. I think that Pycelle is a very smart and very good maester. I think he saw the reaction and immediately knew that it was the Strangler. I think I think Pycelle is smarter than everybody thinks, and he's very well trained in what he saw. So I think that he was right. I think he saw Joffrey choking. He knew he wasn't choking. He knew that it was a poison of some sort, and that he needed to get a potion to try to relax Joffrey's throat or something if he could do it in time. I think we forget that he spent literally years at the Citadel studying poisons. He knows his shit. He knows his shit, and so I'm gonna say an expert in the field sees somebody dying of poison and thinks, "Oh crap, that's poison." I better try to get an antidote really quick. I'd say it's if he really knew what the Strangler, he knew he had seconds, so it was rough. But he's got to do something. He's got to do something. Versus trying to dislodge food, which if he knows it's poison, he knows it's at least maybe he knew that with the case with the honeyed locusts, maybe he thought that Joffrey didn't have enough a big enough dose, or might have had a certain reaction that was slow enough that he could get an antidote for it, but he just wasn't fast enough. But yeah, Pycelle knows his stuff. We have no reason to believe that Pycelle's an idiot. Everybody else thinks Pycelle's an idiot, but really we have no reason to believe that Pycelle's an idiot. He's he's Grand Maester. Or he was. Poor guy. After your Page of Lies series, do you still think Dany was the child in the Tower of Joy? No, I don't. Like I said, I think with my Page of Lies series, I think she was a dragon seed on Dragonstone. I think that makes the most sense at this point. And so if they, if it's Jon at the Tower of Joy, it's Jon at the Tower of Joy. Doesn't fit. The timeline doesn't make sense at all, so we can't use timeline. But if it's, or maybe it's somebody else at the Tower of Joy, who knows? But there's certainly more to that story. We've never been told anything about Starfall, and so I think something's going on there. But I don't think Dany was at the Tower of Joy anymore. It would just be too difficult. It'd be too difficult to, even if she were there or at Starfall, to get that baby transported to Dragonstone without people kind of noticing and without hearsay going around, when it's just so much more logical that, oh, we need a baby, let's grab a local baby. Also, Targaryens don't have the ability to ride dragons, while dragon seeds do, which is kind of the other weird thing. So let's get let's talk about, I'm going to talk about House of the Dragon in a little bit, because but yes, I agree that Dany's first chapter just seems to be all about her being fake, and there's just so much in it. So let's get, before we get to House of the Dragon, I wanted to watch one other thing, get another copyright strike. We'll see if it happens here. Let's try. Let's go back this time. Let's do our next reactions. Okay, here we go. Oh,
Every night, I dream the same dream.
Here. I'll shrink myself here. Doctor Strange. Okay. Move myself up here. Okay, here we go.
Every night, I dream the same dream. And then... the nightmare begins.
Wait, hold on a second. Doctor Strange, like, he,
Nightmare begins.
Mummy dude. Does everybody shaves their chest? Doctor Strange shaves his chest?
The nightmare begins.
Does that help
I did what I had to do. To protect our world.
You cannot control everything.
I don't know if he's talking about Spider-Man here, because that was not really, I mean, that was a real screw up. Doctor Strange was a drunken idiot in Spider-Man.
Strange. You opened the doorway between universes.
It might be.
We don't know who or what will walk through it.
Wanda, what do you know about the multiverse?
Viz had his theories. He believed it was dangerous.
He was
I imagine everybody thinks that Cloud looks like Loki.
right.
But let's what oh my
I'm sorry, Stephen. Your desecration of reality will not go unpunished.
We should tell him the truth.
What'd be funny there is if it's not Professor X, but in fact it's like Jean-Luc Picard the entire time. That everybody's been like theorizing wrongly. They're like, oh my gosh, like the X-Men are going to be in this, and it's actually like Jean-Luc Picard.
Things just got out of hand.
You break the rules. Look out! And become a hero. I do it, I become the enemy. It doesn't seem fair.
All right. Let's see here. You think I was done playing Professor X? Acting. Oh, I think it's, or I could think like what would be even more random movie than even Jean-Luc Picard. Like, try to think of anything else that Patrick Stewart is super famous for. Playing Claudius in a BBC version of Hamlet. Yeah, I mean, I think it totally sounded like Patrick Stewart. I think most people's reactions online have been that it's Patrick Stewart, but dude. Yeah, you think third time's the charm with Phoenix Saga? Here's the I think and I'm stealing this interpretation from Movie Bob, but I think Movie Bob's interpretation of the Dark Phoenix saga and why it never works on screen is pretty accurate. Here, Carmine's joining. Hello, hello.
Okay, I can't stay on. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm on a completely new setup. I spent the entire day building this new fucking computer, and it's just been a hassle. But I had to. So we're gonna do Lord of the Rings: The Rings of Power. As stupid as that title is, I have a guy
Before the ring, Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power.
I actually haven't seen the full trailer yet. I've seen bits and pieces from the stream you just had because I was on my tablet. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a Lord of the Rings YouTuber on with us hopefully tomorrow because he's busy today. But hopefully tomorrow.
Does he believe that Liv Tyler's expanded role in Lord of the Rings was an abomination and a destruction of the narrative?
We can ask him. Also, you forgot that Patrick Stewart played. Wow, I forgot his name. He was in Dune. He played the.
Oh, that's right. He's Gurney.
Yes, he's Gurney.
You're right. I can't believe they got Gurney for Multiverse of Madness. What is he doing there?
Is it confirmed that Patrick Stewart is in Multiverse of Madness?
His voice. I mean, it's his voice in the trailer.
Is that his voice? I haven't seen the trailer.
Yeah,
huh.
Definitely. So yeah. Man, maybe Nazi Patrick Stewart from Green Room. Are all the characters from X-Men play Nazis at some point? Because didn't Magneto also play a Nazi in Apt Pupil? Did you ever see any of these movies? Carmine,
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't. I'm here. Sorry, my cat just came in. I don't think I've seen that one. I saw a little bit of Green Room. Watching him as a Nazi in Green Room was a little off-putting because he's really good. He's a really good actor.
Yeah. I mean, Liv Tyler, so cringe. The thing is, there's a lot of things in Lord of the Rings that is like super cringe. Like, I mean, I saw all of them in the theaters, and there's a million times where like people burst out laughing at how like weird and awkward the conversations between Frodo and Samwise are, and things like that, or how Return of the King doesn't end. Like when it like fades to black and then another ending happens, like the audience was just laughing like outright, like, oh my gosh, it's not over. Another ending. So, it just kind of keeps going. Oh my gosh. I hope you hearing that vacuum in the background, Carmine? Or myself?
Kinda.
Okay, I'm just.
No, you're fine. I don't mind. I don't know. I liked all the Lord of the Rings movies. I didn't think there was a single bad part in any of the films. I'm trying really hard to think.
How about at the end where they all jump on the bed and they're all like laughing together, jumping on the bed?
Okay, but the movie's over by that point. That's that doesn't count. The movie's done. Let them have their awkward, gross laugh.
I think the things. I mean, in general, the thing that kind of threw me off about the movies was how dark and gritty it was when I didn't get that dark and gritty feeling from Lord of the Rings. Especially when Frodo puts on the ring and he's just so insanely consumed. Like the minute he puts on the ring, that he can barely even use it as a ring of invisibility because it's just like he's so overwhelmed. That was a little weird, but because I don't know if that tracked too much to the books, but hey, they were good flicks. They were good flicks. Ned Stark is very good in the first movie.
Like I said, let me get this Lord of the Rings YouTuber on with us. This will be our second collab this month.
Oh,
when are you gonna upload the other one that we have? I don't know if we should say it out loud yet who we got, but
yeah. Well, yeah, we so but you have somebody, and
Yes.
Okay. We won't reveal who it is. But
How about this? Let me tease it, just like I
Okay.
do in the video. I'll say this about the guest we have. He may or may not have played the Hound in Game of Thrones. Let's just say that. We'll leave it at that. He may or may not have played the Hound.
that'd be pretty that'd be pretty incredible for you to have gotten the Hound.
I got my connections.
Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? To talk, and we get him, and we're not going to talk about Game of Thrones. We're going to talk with him about Lord of the Rings. He's going to be like, wait, what? Yeah, can we talk about Lord of the Rings? Really? Huh. I don't know. I saw some weird screenings of Lord of the Rings where there was definitely some laughter here and there. I also, unfortunately, I think I saw Lord of the Return of the Kings twice in the theaters. And the first time I went, I saw it in a black movie theater, which was not the movie experience I wanted to go through, because there's more interaction in that movie theater, but that experience. But let's see here. We're back. The Carmine, did you watch the Doctor Strange one? Is he?
I saw bits and pieces of it. I'm still like downloading like Windows and doing all that stuff. So you're gonna have to give me a minute. By the way, so you're uploading the collab tomorrow?
It's uploaded. I'm gonna post it tomorrow. I it's already like, it's gone through all the rendering and everything. It's there. I'm just gonna post the collab tomorrow. When all these good, tomorrow for you guys, maybe tonight for me, but we'll see. But yes. So Carmine is claiming that we may or may not have Rory Gilmore to discuss Lord of the Rings.
No, not Lord of the Rings. The whatever. What? Sure, why not? Lord of the Rings. That would be the ultimate troll, is to have a Game of Thrones actor on and just
That's what I'm
discuss Game of Thrones.
saying. That's what I'm saying. That would be completely ridiculous. Yeah. And does he have a YouTube channel?
He might have a YouTube channel. He does Minecraft videos.
Oh, okay. Yes, Minecraft videos, and then he quit when he became a millionaire.
Of course. Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yes. Oh, I have to talk about a black movie theater. So there's culturally different experiences in America on which movie theater you see a movie in. So culturally, and this perhaps derives from an experience of going to say a black church versus a white-dominated church in America, is there's a more interactive experience. So when, for instance, at a black church, when a preacher makes a statement, there's affirmation from the audience, like yes. People are like yes, hallelujah. While white churches, everyone's kind of silent. Now, if you see theater or a movie in a black-dominated area in America, the experience is also going to be more interactive. People are going to say things at the screen, speak out their emotions on how they're feeling. It's not that dissimilar to, say, reaction channels where people like want to see how people react. But everyone's in the movie theater. It's a communal experience, and so you're going to be expressing yourself verbally about how you see the entertainment. It's just a more interactive experience, which actually kind of logically makes more sense. Like, why would you see a movie in a community environment if you didn't want community interaction? Like, it actually doesn't make too much sense that, like, we go to a movie theater and expect everyone to be silent. I prefer myself for everyone to be silent. But then again, I went to a community environment for this. So, anyway, when Return of the King first came out, a friend of mine went and got the tickets, and she picked a theater in a majority black area, and we went, and it was the audience was screaming and yelling and being interactive with the experience, and it was not my cup of tea, but that's it. That's just a curious thing about America. If you've ever been to a movie theater in a white part of town,
I don't know. When I went to go see Avengers Infinity War and Avengers Endgame, I went to like a neighborhood where it's mostly white, and everybody was still yelling and cheering.
Oh,
and,
maybe things have maybe the trends have shifted, and now you're just expected to do that even at white movie theaters.
By the way, someone said it in the live chat. We would have gotten the Mountain to get on the podcast, but on one condition. Both of us had to say his name correctly, which we could not do. So unfortunately, we could not get him. I still can't say that dude's name right. So
because it's Icelandic, right?
Oh, Jesus Christ! They invent letters and vowels there.
Yeah. But this was a whole experience. Like, it's sometimes more fun. Like if you go to a movie that is kind of going to be crap. Like I saw Anaconda in the theaters years ago in a black movie theater, and it was much more enjoyable because the whole audience is like screaming funny things at the screen, because it's a shit movie. But when I want to see a good movie, I kind of want to get into the moment and things like that. But these are just these cultural differences in America. I'm not saying one way is better or not. It's just that there are cultural differences between white people and black people, and how they experience movies. Of course, Carmine tells me now that you can't go to white movie theaters and without people screaming. Yes. I didn't. I don't want to say this because I like I said, I don't want to be derogatory to just a different way of experiencing a medium. People can do that. That's but it's just it's not for me specifically. But yeah, I'll get back here. Let's see here. Yes, I'm going to talk about House of the Dragon and the Maesters in a second here. So I will get back to video books. The because so this week, Carmine, you're probably gonna I don't know if you're gonna be upset or if you're not going to care because we're well past this. But this week I'm going to post the first part of my Overanalyzing House of the Dragon series, where I go line by line through the second half of Fire and Blood, and explain everything in preparation for House of the Dragon.
Okay. Why would I be upset at that? Go for it.
Because I know that we were doing our podcast about going chapter by chapter and discussing it, and we're not yet done with Fire and Blood. But
I mean, this is up to you if you want to continue. Because I when we were doing it, I mostly said let's put all the Fire and Blood stuff on your channel, since this is book stuff is usually your domain. It's honestly really up to you. I would like to continue it if you're down. If you're not, that's fine.
No, I'm totally down. We're in separate places. So I mean, we're starting. I'm starting right now at Heirs. The succession problem. Is it Heirs of the Dragon chapter? Which is
it might be.
it's like right in the middle. And it's Jaehaerys's last years, the Council of 101, and then his death and Viserys taking over. That's where I'm starting
Why not at the very beginning? Like, you don't need to do with like Aegon's conquest, but why not at the? Actually, you know what? Yeah, why not at the very beginning?
Because I just wanted to cover like House of the Dragon kind of material, stuff that you're going to need for House of the Dragon. Plus, it's just like this is already so long that like there's so much material that I'm going to have to get through. I might as well cut it in half. Like I think starting with Aegon's conquest is just like a little too far back. Like plus, I'm marketing it as I'm naming the series Overanalyzing House of the Dragon. Like I don't know if people think that's a good or bad title. I was just or if people yeah, there's definitely more time traveling Bran, but I'm throwing that out too. You know, I'm starting one. I can I'm just doing the first thing first, and then I'll get to the end of time traveling Bran, and then we can talk about House of the Dragon here. The so the but the big thing about this, and it's funny how quickly, like right in the beginning, on the Maesters being biased, like it's so obvious that the Maesters are biased. Like I think Carmine and I went over this like kind of a million times in our podcast.
There's a Maester conspiracy to keep the Valyrians down.
Yeah, I mean, it gets to be so ridiculous at some point because they're so positive on Jaehaerys for no reason. Like just where I am right now, and you're just like, well, like if we're gonna like compare him to Aegon the Unworthy, like later on, that everyone kind of blames Aegon the Unworthy for all of the Blackfire rebellions, and like, oh, this guy, all he did was, you know, he did a nice thing. He legitimized his bastards, you know, and he gave his sword to his son Daemon. Like big whoop. And everyone blames all these Blackfire rebellions on him as if, you know, he's the worst guy in the world. And then you look at Jaehaerys and it's like, oh, Jaehaerys he's without fault. He's without fault for anything he did. Like even though he essentially caused the Dance of the Dragons, you know, but you know, he's untouchable. He's just the wisest king ever. But I do think now for A Dream of Spring, like I don't think that they're gonna go into a Maester's account. Now it would go faster. I think what Video Books here is saying with the question is like because so many things have to be wrapped up. Perhaps if we went into like a Maester's account, it could go faster, like with Fire and Blood, so you could get everything. But I don't think that's a very enjoyable read at all. I mean, I think Fire and Blood
Finishing the story from a non-point of view perspective from all the
right.
characters.
Finish it from a Maester's perspective. I mean,
I think people would riot in the streets.
I think there would be riots in the streets. I mean, I don't think Fire and Blood reads well. I think it's not good literature, relatively speaking. I think it's interesting to a super fan, but you know, if I were a layman and I picked up Fire and Blood and I read it, I'd be like, this is boring. This is not good. And so imagine if Dream of Spring was a Maester account, they'd be like, what the fuck is this? Like, so who knows? But I do think in the end, though, we'll probably be told about the Maester conspiracy. Like you've got to something with the Sam plot has to reveal the Maester conspiracy. I think though in the end, so I think we'll get more on that. Do I blame George or D&D for the show's collapse? I say George even choosing them basing the writing from Wolverine Origins. Carmine, what do you think? Do you blame do you think it's fundamentally George's like fault that the show fell apart because he chose D&D and D&D like screwed things up?
I think I don't know who I blame because maybe a bit of both. My opinion on this has kind of evolved. Maybe a bit of both. I mean, I don't blame George for not finishing these books because back in the day when he was doing Game of Thrones, Clash of Kings, he was still kind of a nobody. he had that book fame, I guess. And
Yeah.
now he's technically doing everything in Hollywood. We did a video on this a while back. He wrote a bit of story for the Elden Ring game coming out in a week. He's adapting his friend's novel or something. He's doing a bunch of stuff. He never got this much attention, this much fame when he was younger. And he's kind of trying to enjoy it now. So, Ice and Fire is kind of being put on the back burner. I don't blame him. But at the same time, it's like, come on, bro. Like, these numbnuts, you really gonna try to whatever. As for Dave and Dan, well, we discussed this privately as well on Patreon. Handmaid's Tale. Handmaid's Tale is one book. Season 1 covers the first book. Then season 2 does this completely different own thing, and the showrunners did a good job with Handmaid's Tale season 2. They did their own thing, and it worked. Handmaid's season 2 and 3 are some of my favorite.
Yeah,
So
I feel the same about The Leftovers. Like, I think The Leftovers, they run out of material after book 1, and seasons 2 and 3 are fantastic. So you can keep it going. People
you can
love
keep it
the
going.
Handmaid's Tale.
So I don't blame George, but at the same time, he's doing other things instead of finishing it. At the same time, Dave and Dan, you can't blame two dudes who are already shit for being shit. They can adapt fantastically. I
Yeah.
trust them to adapt House of the Dragon, but I don't trust them to do their own thing.
That's kind of true. I mean,
without
it's
any
funny. It's funny how like they were so good. Like seasons 1 to 3 of Game of Thrones are incredible. They did that. They adapted the show beautifully. They adapted book to show beautifully.
You need to read The Fire Cannot Kill a Dragon, the making of the show. You need to. I gave it to you. You need to read that because a lot of the really good decisions they made were because of all mistakes, like budget, weather, and time constraints really evolved into the perfect storm for how good season 1 came out. Like they had a lot of ideas they wanted to implement and they just couldn't because of all those 3 elements. And what we got was still remarkably like just fantastic.
Yeah.
You got to check it out.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times circumstances like creates that lightning in a bottle situation. You've seen Star Trek 4, right? The one with the whales.
I think that's the one I haven't. I've seen Wrath of Khan because of course I have.
Of course.
I haven't seen the first or any of the other ones.
So Star Trek 2, 3, and 4 are kind of a trilogy, but in the fourth one they go back in time to save they got to get some whales to communicate with these aliens that are trying to destroy the Earth. And so they go back in time, and there's this scene where they need to like steal a nuclear submarine or something. I forget like why they need the nuclear weapon, but they're like, okay, where do we go? Well, we need to find out where the nuclear subs are. So Uhura and Chekhov, who has a Russian accent, they decide to go on the streets of San Francisco and start asking people randomly, do you know which way the nuclear vessels are? Like, do you know where the nuclear, like where they are? And so Chekhov is sitting there in a Russian accent, like live on the streets of San Francisco going, we are looking for nuclear vessels. We are looking for nuclear vessels, and this is in the middle of the Cold War, right? And I like, honest to God, a real woman, this like some hippie woman stops and is like, oh, you're looking for the nuclear vessels? They're at this military base across the bay. Da 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 da. And she gives the exact like place where the nuclear vessels are, right? And the actors didn't even know what to do, and like the actress that says that's Uhura just kind of goes, but where's that? And starts asking somebody else. But it's like such an honest opinion that this like completely like helpful woman wanted to tell two strangers, one a Russian, where nuclear vessels were, and just like tells them. And it's like the most incredible scene, and it's lightning in a bottle, and they kept it in the movie because it was so weird and honest and funny that you could be asking, like, because they were just expecting weird reactions from people, like, who are these crazies asking where the nukes are, and this woman actually stops and tells them exactly what the nukes are.
That's great.
Right,
I
but
should give it a shot.
You can't recreate that. Like, it was just like, it's one of the most brilliant things to ever be put to screen, and it can't be recreated. I mean, it's a very loose analogy, but I kind of think about like certain limitations with budgets and certain are sometimes good, and certain situations where people are stressed and trying to make things fit are sometimes good, and sometimes you really get great stuff. Maybe in a way, like I blame it's not D&D specifically, but because they were given so much freedom and so much money and so much power, that it was without those constraints that it kind of limited them. They that like when you're struggling and you have something to prove and you have problems to overcome, you perhaps have a better mind than when you don't.
That's true. But like I said, like, I trust Dave and Dan to adapt something, do their own thing. No,
Yeah.
they've proven they can't. So
Yeah. I mean, plenty of blame to go around. Plenty of blame to go around. I mean, George should have finished the book and given them the material, and everything would have been better.
I want to get on George's case, but like, imagine you're
Thank you,
70,
Carol.
75,
Yeah.
and
Oh, I mean,
you finally got the fame you've always kind of wanted. You got the recognition, and there it is. It's
I mean, keep in mind, like in many ways, George, it's an amazing thing to think about, like the life of the guy, like this nerd, and I'm not talking like nerd culture this was nerd culture before nerd culture was cool. Nerd culture was nerd. It was horrible. Like everyone thought you were weird for liking this stuff, and he, through thick and thin, like fought to be a sci-fi and fantasy writer, and went and had his ups and downs, and then late in life, very late in life, he becomes like everyone starts realizing like, holy shit, like you've got some great writing, and he explodes and gets all of this money. His whole life struggling, being a struggling writer, and then all of a sudden, all this fame and money all at once. I don't know what it would do to somebody. What would it do to us? Like would we, like each of us, like if we had that kind of like, if we lost the chip on our shoulder, if we lost I've got to prove something, the limitations, and all of a sudden you're a rock star.
Well, it can make you bitter in a sense.
Mm.
Like, for example, I used to be a big Stern fan, and Howard Stern, he got his fame somewhat late in life, and to this day, he's still bitter of all the shit he had to eat, climbing up to where he is now. As for George, I would be, if I was him and I got my fame this late in life, I would be super pissed, because every fantasy writer every writer in general wants to be on that Mount Rushmore of greatest writers of all time. Like for fantasy writers, it's what, Tolkien and who you got? Like, wow, off the top of my head, Stephen King, I guess.
Sure.
Like everybody wants to be on that Mount Rushmore.
Robert Jordan, people think of, and
I don't want to say Frank Herbert because that's sci-fi, but you get what I'm saying. Like you want to be on that Mount Rushmore of like great fantasy or sci-fi writers. Tolkien's up there, and Robert Heinlein, I guess you could say, but.
And Brandon Sanderson,
Sure, yeah, of course. And, I would be pissed because, look, when you get fame, there's a lot of perks to that. And sometimes when you're that old, no offense to George, no offense to anybody listening, you can't enjoy it as much as when you can when you're a young man, I mean, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm just saying. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm just saying.
Yeah, yeah, but a lot of like that kind of fame also like destroys people too. Like that kind of situation where it's like sex, drugs, and rock and roll like destroys a lot of people. So, who knows? Yeah, makes. Just thinking about now, I'm thinking about like weird YouTubers. Like who's the one that had the huge downfall and had legal problems? Shane, what's his face?
Dawson.
Shane Dawson.
I thought you were gonna bring up the guy I know. I know this one guy who he sent me. I probably shouldn't go into it, but he sent me a video of him doing some like insane things. And I'm like, man, how are you not like? And then he'll go and he'll do his videos the next day, hungover, a little bit of coke on his nose, like he's out of his mind. He's out of his mind. I used to know him, but I had to get away from this dude. He's out of his mind.
Yeah.
But no, like I would be pissed. That's just me. I want to enjoy life, and having this fame that early on, it'd be fun.
There's a so there's a guy that got kicked out of the Beatles early on, and then was replaced with Ringo. And they ask him like, "Oh, would you you know, how do you feel about getting kicked out of the Beatles?" And he's created this coping mechanism in his head. And he's like, "Oh no, I'm much happier that I wasn't in the Beatles. Like, um, I've lived a very happy life, and I'm very happy that I wasn't in it." And it's like, how can that be true? Like, you would have been in the fucking Beatles. You would have traveled the world, been famous, had all of this money, been knighted by the Queen, like all of these adventures as the Beatles. But he somehow says, it's fine. And then you have like the super realists like Dave Mustaine, from Megadeth, who got kicked out of Metallica, who's still bitter as an old man that he was kicked out and wasn't in Metallica. You have the second most successful heavy metal band of all time, millions of dollars, super successful. Nope, but you weren't in Metallica, and so he's super super angry and super bitter about it. Hey Preston, I missed the last live stream. Do you think Halden is friends with Oberyn? He's a Citadel dropout, son of a female maester, or ran with the Golden Company, weird interest in religion, etc. This is certainly, it's interesting that you bring that up, because certainly in my discussions of the Dornish master plan, I brought up Qyburn, and how Qyburn and Oberyn had so much in common. Running in sellsword companies, being at the Citadel, having interest in dark magics and things like that. Qyburn, the big thing that I think that implicates Qyburn as a Dornish agent is the fact that he has such a close relationship with all of the people that were responsible for killing Aelia and her children, whether it be Amory Lorch, the Mountain, and Tywin, and him being in the vicinity of those people and those bodies. And so, it's not 100%, but I would definitely think that like it would give Qyburn a good backstory. Not to mention his weird interest in Dorne. In his reports to Cersei, but using that same logic that you have all these similar aspects of Halden Halfmaester with Oberyn. I'm sorry. You could say, okay, they may have run into each other. Now the difference, I think, is timing. So we kind of know that like Halden Halfmaester is at some point off with. We actually don't know when Halden joins in raising Aegon, but like we hear about. I'm trying to bring up Varys's last words because he kind of in Varys's last words he mentions when. He kind of gives away when Septa Lemore joins the fray. Let's see here. He reads and writes. He studied history. So Varys says Aegon has been shaped to rule since before he could walk. So this is this idea that people have been instructing him from maybe not a newborn, but at least age 1. So let's see. We know that Jon Con joins the party to raise him. What about after a 5-year tour from he gets exiled, and then he does a 5-year sellsword tour, and then right after that first 5-year sellsword tour, I think he goes on to so it's around 289 290 I think when he goes off to raise Aegon. So we don't know who was shaping Aegon to rule. So he's been shaped to rule since before he could walk. So who is shaping Aegon at this point? Is it just Illyrio? Is it, or has Halden been pulled in at this point? He has been trained in arms as befits a knight to be. That's not the end of his education. He reads and writes. He speaks several tongues. He studied history, law, and poetry. Aegon is really good at languages. It seems like he's been getting taught those languages at least a number of years. Sept has instructed him in the mysteries of faith since he was old enough to understand them. So it sounds like Septa Lemore came a little bit later, because we have to wait for a moment where you can kind of understand religion. But nonetheless, we don't get a firm answer on when Halden joins the company. Now, it's when. Now the question is, when is Oberyn in Essos? Because Oberyn gets exiled because it's actually kind of when he returns, right? Oberyn returns from Essos around after the death of Elia, yes. So he's because he gets in his fight he's caught sleeping with a woman when he's like 15. He studies at the Citadel for a number of years, and then he's exiled. These are all in his 20s, and runs with these companies, and then it's mainly after 283, like after the revolution, that Oberyn returns. So we're kind of dealing with Oberyn being in Essos well before we know that Halden is taking care of Aegon. Let's think this through. But how old is Halden? I mean, Qyburn seems like an old guy, so he could be in Essos for many, many years, so he could perhaps meet Oberyn. But Halden Halfmaester description. He seems to have clean-shaven, lined, aesthetic face, wears his hair pulled back in a knot behind him, cool gray eyes. He studied at the Citadel, but did not earn links to become a maester. So I guess we kind of don't know Halden's age either. So, I mean, because we have so little information, I suppose it's possible. It's possible that Halden is one of these dropouts too, because we have no idea how old Halden is. So it's certainly possible. He's running in sellsword companies, a dropout. I mean, you could go from another perspective and say, well, maybe the reason he dropped out is because Oberyn convinced him to when he was at the Citadel or something like that. So it's certainly a possibility. I just don't think we have enough information on the whole situation to say. Okay, so where are we? Do I get what's the Widow of the Waterfront up to? So for a long time, I don't think I have a better theory than that she's a Littlefinger crony. I think that it's either a really poorly written chapter, which is completely possible, or she's in on something. Like, so the Widow of the Waterfront is just this. It's just such a frustrating chapter because they go to the widow looking. Jorah and Tyrion go to the widow looking for transport to Slavers Bay, and they're talking to her, and she's like, "Why would I give you transport?" And they're like, "I don't know." They're coming up with reasons, and then all of a sudden, Penny attacks them, and fails. And then all of a sudden, she's like, yeah, why don't you? I'm going to give you a ship. Like, why? Like, there's no fucking reason. It's one of the dumbest scenes. And then Penny is on the ship. This person that just tried to kill them, she gets popped on the ship too for no reason. Like, why would an attempted assassin be shoved on a ship with somebody? So the only logic I could have to it is that if we assume that Penny is somehow an agent of Littlefinger because she used to work for Littlefinger, that the Widow of the Waterfront would be an agent of Littlefinger, and that, you know, she's interested in you know, money and trade and making money and stuff like this. Like, it's just it's either the worst written chapter in Ice and Fire, which it could be. Like, it may be that, like, George R. R. Martin was just not thinking. But if you read through that Tyrion chapter, it's one of the dumbest, like, leaps in logic that any character has done in the entire story. I cannot think of one that's worse, actually. I mean, granted, if the Queen of Thorns is actually the murderer of Joffrey, I think that's also a really stupid, like, jump in logic. But there's slightly more than the Widow of the Waterfront, you know. You know, so it's really odd. So my only explanation is that she's part of some sort of conspiracy with Littlefinger. As someone says, I give things to people who attack me all the time. Yes, yeah. You know, or Penny, you know, I flirt and nearly kiss, like, ugly men without noses who I suspect to have, you know, killed my brother, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Like just this, you know, it's just the worst writing. If there's not a conspiracy with Penny and the Widow of the Waterfront, I will say it's just dreadful writing that anything like that would happen. But, you know, so it's my only explanation is that there has to be something there. House Strongman t-shirts, Decades of Sacking. Oh, you mean House Goodman t-shirts. Maybe we should do some House Goodman t-shirts. We can see this. I mean, she's certainly entertaining, I guess. Would you gamble the hopes of George finishes A Dream for Spring on a recount of what who's best friend is? I don't think I would not gamble on A Dream for Spring ever being. A Dream for Spring is not coming out. I would put that as less than 1%. It's just not happening. Like, so the gambling for a hope of it being told by an old Samwell who's trying to explain what happened is even less. It's just there's no possible way we're getting A Dream for Spring. Now, you know, if it's announced this year, I will say that, you know, we might have a chance to get The Winds of Winter. But if it's not announced this year, I'm giving up hope at the end of this year that we're ever going to see that book. It's just been too long. Yeah. Okay. It's did I get all the super chats? Otherwise, we can talk about some politics. Some spicy politics. Give thing house. Oh wait. I have not gotten any emails or anything about windsofwinter.com yet, but
I swore you were gonna. Wait, was I the one that, like, convinced you to buy that?
Yeah. You were like, dude, this one's still available. I was like, okay, so I bought it. So I'm sure they have thewindsofwinter.com, but I have windsofwinter.com. So we'll see how it goes. But nobody yet has contacted me, though. I have to. I'm not the best at checking my business email, so I'm gonna have to. I'll look at that.
Really, you don't say.
I know. Because it's filled with these, like, I haven't done ads in forever, and
Raid Shadow Legends just contacted me.
there's constantly stuff in there, and I'm just like, I just don't like it.
Raid Shadow Legends should be paying you like double because you actually play that fucking game.
Well, I did. I don't play it anymore.
They don't need to know that.
Which fantasy sci-fi author would I choose to finish if George dies? Let me think about that. I mean, we need somebody like gritty.
Sanderson is the go-to answer.
Yeah,
but I agree with you. Would you say greedy?
Maybe. Let me see here. I mean, what people some people say like Patrick Rothfuss, the guy who did Killer Chronicles.
He's just as worse as George R. R. Martin. He needs to come out with his third book.
But I'm trying to think like whose writing style would be closest. Also, the guys that did The Expanse, their writing style is similar. Not as detailed as George, but I was thinking more of somebody in the same writing style. Like Sanderson's writing style is a bit different from George R. R. Martin, but yeah, you're right. I mean, if you pick somebody that would also not finish, it would be it'd be Patrick Rothfuss.
Realistically, if this is who you'd want, but realistically, who would it be? Most likely, Linda and who's that guy?
Oh, Elio.
Elio. It'll probably be Elio and Linda who would maybe come in and try to fill the pieces. Maybe but they have their own. I think
they would be used as advisors to the writer. Like they're not writers themselves, so I don't think they would be capable. I mean, they have the knowledge to advise, but I don't think they'd be capable of putting out the words. I mean, neither one of them is even a native English speaker. Which, not to say that like,
really,
isn't Elio? Is Elio? Is he from Spain, or am I not thinking that? Am I not getting that right? No, I'm sorry. Elio is actually American. Yeah, my bad. But I don't think they have the writing experience to put it together. They have the knowledge. They'd probably be used as advisors. I think they'd be the go-to consultants or something. Oh right, I have to get to a super chat about House of the Dragon. Hold on a second. What's the hook for House of the Dragon? You actually no. Asked it twice, so I'm sorry. Sorry for. The hook for House of the Dragon is dragons, CGI dragons, and the hook is Doctor Who. Right? Are those the two hooks?
What was this conversation we were talking about in regards to bait and hook? Fuck. I feel like every time we put out a video, I forget what the hell we just fucking spoke about.
I think we were talking about the bait for with Naomi Watts and
No. I think it was Book of Boba Fett.
Oh, Book of Boba Fett, really?
I think that's what it was. By the way, if you guys heard my meow, that's my cat. Sorry about that. The bait and what's the bait? It's Game of Thrones. It's the prequel to Game of Thrones. What's the hook? What keeps you on watching more? Game of Thrones? I don't know. What else do you like? What else do you need? It's Game of Thrones.
Great. I think you're completely right that Game of Thrones is the first hook. CGI dragons. I think Tits and Dragons.
I see that we're not like 17 anymore. Who cares about titties and dragons, personally speaking?
I mean,
So
it is kind of
the hook.
funny that like that. I mean, we all live in the world of the internet, so it's like, really, you're going for, like people are looking for tits and dragons, like as if they can't see tits, on the internet.
I mean, like, I think the bait is, well, it's kind of like Star Wars. When you get to Star Wars Episode 4, 5, and 6, it's like the Empire's the Empire's already ruled for quite some time now.
Mm,
Back then, the Jedi were in charge, kinda, and there was a
right.
Republic, but that's not what it is now. And then the prequels is like, we want to see what happened when the Jedi were in charge. I think this is the same bait. Is you want to see what happens when the Targaryens were involved and they had dragons. You want to see that, so
Yeah.
that might be the bait. The hook is it's Game of Thrones.
I mean, you're right that like I'm thinking now about the Phantom Menace's hooks, right? Like the big hook was this is Star Wars, and then the second hook was like this is Darth Vader's. You love Darth Vader, so this is Darth Vader's like story. Um,
That's funny you say that because I think it came out where I forgot who it was. George Lucas was talking to a Fox executive who 20th Century Fox executive, and they were very against the idea of George telling the story of young boy Darth Vader.
huh.
And at one point, one of them said, "You're going to ruin Star Wars," which
Yeah.
mm,
I mean, it's really tough. It's tough to have child actors and everything in something and have it be have it work out. Just because acting is a craft that takes years and years to hone, and so child actors are really like good child actors are really rare. And I mean, this is why like Corey Feldman was so celebrated as like the greatest child actor of all time. That he was so good as a kid, and wouldn't ruin stuff. I don't. He didn't really improve his craft, but he was so good, like as a child. That that there's so many movies that he was in that are still considered classics, and no one is like, oh, that kid can't act and he ruined it. You're like, no, they're all great because but yeah. I
which
mean,
actor is this again?
was this? Oh,
What's
Corey
that? Which
Feldman?
Corey Feldman?
Yeah, like Corey Feldman. I mean, I can name some classic movies that are still classics, and no one will ever say like Corey Feldman ruined them. So like Friday the 13th Part 3, Stand by Me, The Goonies. I mean, he was the best. and then he never became anything because he's wait, this isn't true, is it?
I
Did the Anakin
literally
actor
just
die?
googled it. Jake Lloyd is alive.
Yeah, he's alive. No, I know he became super depressed and angry, and it's just like, fuck you guys. Like, this was
he's
horrible.
dead inside, sure, but no, he's
You
alive.
ruined my life. Like, which is, I mean, it was a lot. It's like I say, fame is a tough thing. I remember reading an article about the Chicago Cubs fan who like interfered with the ball, and then like that really hurt him and affected him for years. So I mean, and some people are like, oh, this is some people are like, oh, big deal, and you got to remember that like this is trauma, and people react to trauma differently. So some people get PTSD, and some people don't, and they're standing next to each other experiencing the same trauma. I actually knew a Marine who was at the bombing of the Marine barracks in Lebanon in the early '80s, and he was perfectly fine. But he said that he talked to a lot of his his brothers, and a lot of them are still screwed up, and they call him all the time, like still like talking about Lebanon. And he's just like, he doesn't understand. He's like, Jesus, it happened like so long ago. Like, get over it. Come on, I was there too. It was no big deal. And it's just like, well, people process like trauma differently. So I do kind of sympathize and feel for the Anakin actor. It wasn't his fault. He was a little kid. He's a fucking little kid. And now, Did Corey Feldman ruin License to Drive? License to Drive. Have I told this License to Drive story before, Carmine? Because please stop me if have you ever seen License to Drive?
I don't think I have.
License to Drive is a Corey and Corey movie. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say Corey and Corey?
Kinda.
So
I have a vague idea.
Corey Feldman, who as I said was probably the greatest child actor to ever be. Though Shirley Temple is pretty good. It was pretty good as a child actor too. He went on and teamed up with another child actor named Corey Haim, famous for the movie Lucas. And the two of them would be in a series of teen sex comedies where they'd get in trouble, And it's funny because neither one of them is particularly good looking, but like for some reason they were just cast as these leads in these American Pie like movies. And so one is called License to Drive, which the plot is Heather Graham breaks up with her boyfriend, and Corey Haim, who's like not as cool as Heather Graham, because Heather Graham is stunning. This is like Heather Graham's like first movie. Decides to ask her out on a date, and she agrees only because she wants to make her ex-boyfriend jealous. And so he decides to steal his father's sports car to take her out in order to impress her. And comedy ensues as more and more and more things go wrong. Like she gets really drunk, starts vomiting all over the car. The boyfriend comes after them, starts smashing the car. The car gets wrecked. There's all sorts of chases. It's not a great movie. It's just a whatever movie. But then the climax of the movie comes, and it turns out like Corey Haim brings home his father's smashed up car. It's just kind of like. And his father just goes ballistic. And he's just like, oh my God, you destroyed my car. Now, by coincidence, his mother is 9 months pregnant. And she goes into labor because the father's screaming at Corey Haim. And she says, come on, we gotta make it to the hospital. And he's like, okay, I gotta drive. And she goes, no, stay in the back with me. I need you. And so he's in the back and he's like, fine. And he throws the keys to Corey Haim. And he says, drive us to the hospital. Corey Haim gets in the car. But because of all the destruction that happens to the car, all of the gear shift is destroyed. First, second, third, fourth gear, they're all dead. The only gear it works in is reverse. And so the climax of the movie is him driving in reverse on the highway, weaving in and out of traffic to get to the hospital. Which is pretty brilliant. It's a pretty brilliant, exciting climax to a movie.
It sounds, yeah.
However, if anyone has ever actually driven a car in reverse, it doesn't go past like 25, 30 miles an hour because it's only in first gear. You don't have second gear in reverse. You don't have third gear in reverse. So, I once drove a car, like a Florida car in reverse, and I was like, fuck, Corey Haim lied to me. Fucking hey. Oh.
Sounds like the 80s had a lot of like nice, fun movies.
Oh, yeah.
And the 80s and 90s, we're never going to get those again. It's all superhero films now.
Yeah, I guess Corey Haim did get to go out with Nicole Egbert, which was, he was way out of his league there. Nicole Egbert was heartthrob from Charles in Charge and then Baywatch. DiCaprio was pretty good, but he really trying to think. I think Critters 3 is DiCaprio's first movie. He's at least a teenager by then, at least like 13, and then he goes on to Growing Pains, and he is. I mean, DiCaprio is pretty. Actually, who's a good child actor? Christian Bale. Christian Bale is a really good child actor.
I did not know Christian Bale was a child actor.
Oh God, he was in an incredible movie called Empire of the Sun with John Malkovich, where he's a little boy he's probably 11 or 12 in that movie or something before Newsies. You know, those are good stuff. River Phoenix was pretty young. He's pretty good in that. You know, there's a sadness. Movie movie was good like Weird Science. Weird Science is weird if you watch it now. There's a lot of stuff that does not hold up. Like there's a lot of gay bashing in that movie. I've got to look up if you mean there's some sort of acronym to. Let me see here. Oh, this is car talk. Continuously variable transmission, or CVT, is the type of transmission that trades the fixed ratio gears for automatic transmissions. When were those invented, though? Are those like old things? No, I guess they're old. I don't know enough about cars. I guess I need to find that exact car that was used in License to Drive.
You know what's funny? Like the audience is gonna catch on to this. Guys, he'll do it too. Like he'll spend this entire live stream looking this shit up. So he's not. This is one of the presses the Rosies. Like he will do this.
I guess it was a Papa Cadillac. What is that? Yeah. Let me see here. This is License to Drive. Was it really? No, because it looks like she's. Is there another? Do they have more than one car? Because in the picture, on the I think it's called Papa Cadillac in other countries, but there's some sort of, I don't know what sports car that is there. But is it? I'm gonna why we're talking about License to Drive. Why I've gone on this tangent. I have no idea. Okay, where are we here? How big is the ISOF community by your estimation? That's a good question. I mean, when these books get sold, they sell, millions and millions of copies. I think. Let's see here. How many? I want to say. I'm looking up right now, like how much A Dance with Dragons sold. Now these numbers can often be like inflated because you can buy your own book in order to inflate numbers, but I don't know if they necessarily need to do that with like it's one thing when you want to make a book a New York Times bestseller, you'll purposely buy your own book in order to like pump up the numbers, in order so you can then say like this was a New York Times bestseller. It must be. Here we go. It says that it says it's sold about 12 million copies, which is not actually as many as I thought. Because I mean, how many is 90 million of all of the books? I'm trying to think like how many Harry Potter has sold. Because that's going to be 500 million. Huh. So Harry Potter, much bigger than Ice and Fire, but I suppose that's to be expected. One has a
well, Harry Potter's for like the whole family. Ice and Fire,
whole audience.
Yeah.
So let's see, 12 million people bought the books, but there's going to be some casuals, so how many people are still super into it? I was surprised how many times I met people that were like fans of my channel that had never read the books, that just kind of like liked hearing about it and stuff like that, secondhand. But I'd guess that if 12 million copies are sold, I'd say there's at least like 3 million big fans of Ice and Fire. Though I think if he released the new books, it would again like sell maybe not 12 million, but he would sell 10 million, 9
I
million.
wonder if we would break like Harry Potter's streak. Not to mention, you will never be able to completely count how many books will ever be sold again completely, and how many books get into the hands of people. Because remember, pirating is a bigger thing now.
Yeah, this is a big thing. Yeah, pirating is a bigger thing. Yeah. So it's like how much is going to be lost to that. But yeah. I read A Song of Ice and Fire to my kids. I just read Samuel 4 over and over again. Nothing but Samuel 4. That's my I'm trying to think of like what would be the least appropriate chapter to read to a child. The Forsaken. Yeah, this is also true. A lot of people do go to libraries. I forget, like, because it's not like I go to libraries, but a lot of people go to libraries. I was surprised last time I went to a library and it was filled with almost all romance novels, and they were like regularly checked out. And I was like, oh gosh, like, so people love romance novels, and some people just can't afford like buying that or that many romance novels over and over again, and you forget that it's this like addiction for people, and they just want to read them. Serious discussion point. Maesters are alien influence priesthood to invent tech development, like in the 1,000 Worlds. Dragon's DNA tech. I mean, if I were to guess, if the Maesters knew about a say futuristic futuristic world that happened before us, I think that they want to somehow keep it a secret. Like, I think there's something dangerous about what was discovered previously that they would like to keep under wraps. I think that's more likely than that they are actually like. Now let's see. Well, this is. Let me read that again. Actually, serious males are alien influence priesthood to prevent tech development, like in 1,000 Worlds. I mean, we kind of get the idea that, like, if we're going based on George R. R. Martin's previous works, it would be really the Children of the Forest that would be the ones that would be trying to influence people to prevent tech development, because that would be more in line with And Seven Times Never Kill Man, where you're in harmony with nature, and the only way to maintain that harmony with nature is to prevent kind of tech development and expansion, limit population growth and things like that. I don't necessarily think that the Maesters have done much with regards to like trying to get people to stop breeding so much or stuff like that. And if we're gonna think about like what wars like they've caused, you can say maybe they caused the Dance of the Dragons or something. But I don't know if that's like to keep population down or what. I'm trying to think if like they help or hinder with tech development, because they do have all of these sciences that they're teaching and studying. They're learning about economics and writing and all of these sorts of things. So I mean, if there was going to be an alien influence to prevent tech development, I would bet more on the Children of the Forest than the Andals, than the Maesters, which were a result of the Andal invasion, because they're really doing things like like improving healthcare and health, like sterilization and stuff like that, that produces booming populations and stuff like that, which would create more technology development rather than the reverse. So I don't know. I would have to say it would be the children of anyone. I don't know if the Maesters, if we have any evidence that the Maesters have been trying to keep back technology, keep back dragons, kill them off, but we'll see. Serious discussion on Maester's aliens. I think they're probably humans. We were in their head. We were in their head. We saw Crescent's head. He wasn't an alien. I don't know. I haven't been in a library in years, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of them had video games, because some of them have videos to rent. Like, but yes, romance novels are porn for old ladies. Absolutely. Okay. I'm silent for a second. I started reading Fever Dream and couldn't help but laugh when you started reading insurance. That's a bet against yourself. I'm not dumb. Yeah. That's the worst. I don't think George is smart. He's a smart guy. He knows a lot. I don't necessarily think he knows his economics. Or I just don't think it's a very helpful way to even if you could make the analogy that gambling is insurance. It's not a helpful analogy. It's not enlightening. All right, man, we're 2.5 hours in. No one wants to talk about any other spicy issues. Everything's ice and fire.
Before you get into spicy politics,
I know. It was funny nonetheless. What were you saying, Carmine?
Before you get into spicy politics, I just saw something that really scared the shit out of me in regards to ice and fire. So I asked someone in the live stream, in the live chat, who the hell Ty is. Apparently, this is one of Tyler Corey Frank is one of the guys who did The Expanse. He's also an assistant that works for George R. R. Martin. You know him, right?
Yeah.
Apparently, in oh Jesus Christ, this is where I'm afraid. Apparently, in December 2020, December 29, 2020, he tweeted out, "You guys need to let this one die. I'm fairly certain George has given his estate strict instructions that no one is allowed to finish Ice and Fire for him. The publisher does not have the right to do this at all." And then he also goes on to say, there was a time when they could have, only with George's blessing, paid the other guy and myself enough to do it, but that time has passed. So when this fucking guy goes, that's it. You're done.
Yeah.
You're done.
Yeah, I mean, but people...
That scares the shit out of me, because I want this.
Right. I mean, I think people change their minds. I mean, Jordan, like Robert Jordan changed his mind, about the estate. And it's all about who's given the estate and things like that. But it's a toughie. It's strict instructions. I mean, that's the other thing is no one knows. Like, I imagine there's only two people. Well, there's three people at his estate planning: his lawyer, him, and his wife. Like people aren't getting information. These are private documents. So when people say, "Oh, like he's given instructions to his estate," how do we know that? Well, maybe he took, but it would be illegal for a lawyer to reveal that information. A lawyer would not reveal that information. George might say that. His wife doesn't talk to the press. So, I mean, I would say, in a positive sense, like, we don't really know the truth of that, but, he can change his mind as well. But like,
there's one person we can get to change his mind. One person. and that is that woman that he will not shut the fuck up about in every single novel. The one that supposedly cucked him. You know what I'm talking about?
You're talking about. Um, Hold on a second. He wrote Windhaven with her, but
Isn't Liana based off this woman too?
kind of. It's an amalgamation of a couple women, but
A couple. Oh my god.
yeah. Um, so there's the there was two situations where he was broken up with, but there's his friend Lisa Tuttle, who he wrote Windhaven with, and then there's another mystery woman that he had another bad relationship with, who like left him for his best friend, and so he kind of
That one.
has like an amalgamation of heartbreaks between these two women, because it was kind of like a 1-2 punch, you know.
Well,
So,
those two women could maybe get him to change his mind. Maybe, hopefully, get in contact with them,
you know,
press a Russian president, and do this by
or Phyllis Eisenstein, who apparently also has his ear, you know.
That's it.
Phyllis Eisenstein is his very good friend who convinced him to change the entire structure of Ice and Fire to have dragons. Like, he was originally not going to have dragons in it. You know, so so that's just his good friend who he respects very much. Others are Children of the Force killers, made weak to their weapons. I'm trying to think. Like, yeah, the others are weak to the Children of the Forest. I'm trying to think how. I guess they would just do it with sheer numbers. I'm trying to think like how the others were able to wipe out the Children of the Forest, and I guess it would just be, you know, zombies and walking around. Yeah, I mean, you know, I might have come around to that the show's plots is more or less accurate. That the Children of the Forest like fucked up. That they created the others, and it was a biological weapon that got out of control, and now they're just sad sacks. But I don't know what they're hoping for, you know, because it doesn't seem like Bloodraven is in on the time travel aspect, you know. So what's the Children of the Forest's game? You know, like, how are they going to get out of this situation? Like, why are they supporting Bloodraven? What do they think Bloodraven's going to do? What's Bloodraven's game? You know, does he think that this training three-eyed crows or training green seers is going to somehow defeat the others again? It's something we don't like talk about too much, because like in the context of a time traveling Bran being like super powerful and saving the world, like, yeah, that makes sense. But it's weird how Bloodraven doesn't know about time travel and thinks time travel is impossible. He's like, okay, time travel is not possible. What's your plan? Like, what's your plan to save the world if time travel isn't possible? You know, what's the point? You know, like, why are you sitting in this cave for 100 years manipulating things? Is it dragons? It might be dragons. Like, my big plan is to bring dragons. And then Bran is like, dude, that's not going to work. If anything, it's going to make the problem worse. So, yeah, I mean, maybe it's Bloodraven's plan. And then time traveling Bran's got to fix it, because that doesn't go well. You know. Spicy question. Is Boba Fett still cool?
Fuck no. Boba Fett's lame. No, the moment he talks, like just even a sentence, I'm alright.
Yeah, there was a bit of a mystery to him.
He kind of ruined his ass. They should have just kept him as a cameo character only, and that's it.
Yeah, it's weird how he went from being this cool background character to being such a heavy part of the plot of and his dad, Star Wars. It's yeah. Say, hey, you know that background character that you kind of like, that has a really small role? Actually, all stormtroopers are um, are him, and they're responsible for overthrowing the Galactic Republic, and they're eventually gonna, he's eventually gonna rule Luke Skywalker's home. That's
That sounds so stupid when you put it like that, but it's true. It's true. That's exactly what happened. To be fair, George Lucas set the stage for Boba Fett being kind of lame. Like, I don't want to see Kid Boba Fett. We got Kid Boba Fett and Kid Darth Vader. I don't want that. Who the fuck wanted that?
Patrick Oswald had this funny stand-up routine where he says, "Hey, you like Darth Vader, right?" And you're like, "Yeah, I love Darth Vader. Do you want to see Darth Vader as a kid?" What? Like, hey, you like Boba Fett, right? Yeah, no, Boba Fett's really cool. Hey, you want to see Boba Fett as a kid? Like, oh no. Oh no. Hey, you like the Death Star, right? Yeah. You want to see the Death Star under construction? Like, oh no. And so then he's like, hey, you like ice cream? Yeah, I like ice cream a lot. Well, here's some fucking rock salt. And so like,
You meant Patton Oswalt, right?
yeah, Patton Oswalt. What did I say?
You said Patrick.
Patrick
Oswalt.
Patton Oswalt.
Back when he was funny, and now he's just kind of a douche.
I don't know what he is now. I mean, he went through some really tough times.
Say what you will about Dave Chappelle. He threw his buddy Dave Chappelle under the bus because he took a pic. No, get out of here.
Dave Chappelle's been fucking nuts lately, though. I mean,
Hey,
I'm telling you, independent of what you think, like whether the closer was a good special or whether he's being pro or anti-trans on that, because it's fairly ambiguous. But his whole thing about like stopping public housing and like going to that, you heard that story recently, or the one where he went to a high school in New York and just started trashing these students. Like random stuff. Like, you're fucking bonkers, dude.
Look. Regardless of whether or not you agree with Dave Chappelle, to take what you just said, hypothetically speaking, let's say you had some spicy, weird takes that make you look weird. As your homie, would I call you out on it? I mean, privately, yes. I'm not going to go on Twitter and say, Preston, who? I never knew him. Like,
yeah, I mean, I fundamentally don't understand Twitter culture, and why people bother and why people care so much. Like, I mean, you have to be in it to care, and then it kind of fuels on itself. But like, I just don't get it. Like, I would never want to join. Like, it just seems like lose. Like, you don't have enough time, or to explain things, like earlier I got a fairly like delicate question on like, what do you mean by a black movie theater? And I had to explain the whole thing. And, I had the benefit of time and verbal communication to explain the entire thing. Right. If that was done in a tweet, I'd like fuck it up. Everyone would be tweeting around like, Preston, you're a racist. Like, it would be done. Like, the written word is inferior to the spoken word in every respect. It doesn't have tone. It doesn't have context. It doesn't have emphasis. You can't, you just can't explain yourself as well.
Look, all he did was take a picture with Dave Chappelle, and that was it. And people got in his case for it. I think they got in his case for it, or maybe he got like paranoid that people would. Dude, you're taking a picture with someone. Like, relax. It's not like you're agreeing with everything they said.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of these right wingers have it right, where the solution is to stop apologizing and just be like, I'm just going to ignore you and not apologize, and it seems to work for them. I think others, will start, but it's just like Tucker Carlson says horribly racist things all day long. They try to get on him on it, and he's just like, whatever, not apologizing, moves on. And you're like, fuck, like, how did he get away with not apologizing for that one? Well, he just doesn't do it. And it turns out you don't need to. You don't need to apologize. You've got plenty of friends. You know, you've got plenty of fans. You've got plenty of friends. Like the people that are on, like you say, okay, here's your audience, okay, and then you say something offensive, and the number of people that are gonna drop, you know, is a certain amount, and it's like the number that you might save by apologizing is going to be a fraction of that. So it's like you've done it, they're offended. You're either going to lose them, or like you don't, which is the majority of people, because the majority of people don't care. And so like apologizing, you're saving this fraction. Like you know how many people are like, oh, that was a really good apology, I guess I'm okay with them now. Like fuck it. Like apologies, like it's just not worth it on Twitter. I don't even bother. I just don't bother with the Twitter world.
To be fair, Tucker Carlson has the biggest cable news network on TV right now. He doesn't have to apologize because what is Fox going to do? Fire him? Okay, good luck replacing him. Patton Oswalt does not nearly have as much pull, so he needs to be careful what he says so he can get more work. See, Twitter wouldn't have as much power as it does if Hollywood and other companies didn't like just take everything said on there as gospel and act accordingly.
Right. I think they panic. People can do that if they, you know, when people are stressed. I mean, I'll be really general, but like I remember years and years and years ago in work, I said something during an interview with somebody that we were having discussion, and then the person went over my head to my boss's boss and said, "This person said this. Preston Jacobs said this," and the first reaction to everybody was, We'll discipline him immediately. And it's like, and actually like once they talk to me, they're like, oh no, wait, what? No, you didn't say anything wrong. That guy was fucking nuts.
What did you say? Was it the movie theater thing again, Preston?
No. I mean, I can't talk about it because it's work. But like, right. It was, you know, it was the equivalent of you know, I was saying something like when something goes wrong, a lot of times it's not party X, it's also party Y, you know, and it was a very general kind of thing. When something goes wrong, sometimes many people are to blame. And they came back and they're like, oh my gosh, Preston said this party was to blame. And I was like, no, I didn't say that. I said sometimes when things go wrong, lots of parties are to blame. And the first reaction from the higher ups was, let's discipline this guy. And then once they talked to me and they got the context of everything, they were like, oh no, that guy was nuts. He shouldn't have said that. He was pulling some shit because he was trying to interfere with what we were doing. And so it was, you know, it's the same kind of thing. It's like when I like getting James Gunn fired from Guardians, like the right wingers that just like, you know, posted some old James Gunn Twitter stuff that he had already apologized for many times over, but they brought it up again because they're a bunch of right wing trolls, and you know, it was a motherfucker.
Sure, they're a bunch of right wing trolls.
I know exactly who it was. It was Jack Pobiasic.
That's not what I'm saying.
The guy that was recently, you know how Shoe on Head recently went to some right wing.
You know who Shoe on Head is?
Shoe on Head. Shoe on Head is this
worthless.
Yeah, she's this worthless YouTuber.
Oh, jeez,
worthless, worthless. Like not that smart. Like no reason anyone should be talking. Like she's not that funny. She's not that smart. She's not that interesting. I don't understand like why she has a platform at all. Anyway,
I'm just surprised you know who that is, but continue.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm sometimes savvy. Anyway, she recently went to like a right wing convention on his like invitation, and like he's the one specifically who got his people together to like post a bunch of stuff and get James Gunn fired. Like I knew exactly like, oh god.
No. I know that he was the one that you know brought attention to it, but let's be clear. A lot of the people on the far left, the wokeists or the woke scholars.
Oh, they're gullible as hell. They fell for it.
Yeah. They got used. They're just puppets. They're idiots.
Yeah. It's like I say, like, and just like when I was saying, like, my bosses like bought it at first, like it took them a second, and Disney now knows that they were had, and they went back and like tried to, and now you're going forward with Guardians 3 with James Gunn, but like it delayed that movie for a number of years, and instead we got Suicide Squad and Peacemaker, which I guess is, turned out okay in the end. Yeah. Lots of things are worthless enough to bring up. I mean, come on. This is the thing, is I do think that this is part of it. Like, there's a lot of people that give her a lot of attention, and make excuses for her because she's like okay, like she's not hot. She's just like a
Jesus
regular
Christ.
person. Like,
Oh my God.
like I shouldn't be here like judging like the looks of people, but like but I do think that, like, for example, like a streamer like Vosh defends her because he wants to fuck her. Like, I do think that, like, to someone like Vosh, she's attractive and he wants to fuck her. Yeah, you just wrote that Vosh and she would have, but yeah, no, Vosh, like, out of character, like, will defend her till the end for no reason. Like, she's not there. Like, she's not very smart. Certainly not in the same realm as Vosh, who's really fucking smart. And, she's not that hot. So what the fuck?
I remember her from like way back when. She's like one of the original YouTubers from like way back when. I've seen her every now and then, but I don't really know anything about her.
She's kind of known for vacillating, and dating a lot of different YouTubers. I think she dated Sargon of Akkad for a while, and she dated Armored Skeptic and stuff. So she kind of like dates people in the community and then gets involved in the community and then is just kind of there, So, like, if you think of YouTube as like a social place, she's involved there, But I don't know. It's not like you could ever like put something out and be like, oh, you need to watch this video because she has a really good take or a really funny take, because there's none. Oh, she got super famous she got in trouble for calling Leslie Jones a gorilla as well. She wasn't even the first person to do it. And then she just went around repeating it. And everybody was like, what? She was horrible. Precedent Destiny would see I on a lot. I mean, I think that it's tough because, like, there's a lot of stuff that Destiny says that's kind of nuts, and Destiny is very drama oriented. He likes to appear everywhere, and he likes to debate everybody. He's getting good at his craft of being a debate lord. I think he's a generally liberal. I'm sure I'd see eye to eye with him on most things. I see eye to eye with most left wingers on most things. He says some weird stuff though about. I think he recently got in trouble about consent and stuff like that, and he said some weird stuff about cops as well.
This is the downfall, like, of every YouTuber is like,
yeah,
we're just too horny. Like, that's or every content creator, they get too horny. Like, that's
they're
it.
too horny, or they're too greedy, or they're too I don't know.
Attention starved.
Too attention starved, right? They start doing, because everybody keeps wanting to grow their channel more and more, and you can really get into a routine of being obsessed with getting to that next level, like playing a video game. I way back, like I say, I get addicted to video games, and I just remember my cycle of playing Ms. Pac-Man. I used to be addicted to Ms. Pac-Man, and your score keeps going up and up, and the next time you got to get a higher score, next time you got to get a higher score, and then sometimes you like level out, and you're like, fuck, I can't get any higher, and you get frustrated. What more can I do? What more can I do? And you can quit. You can keep playing at the same level, or you can try something new. And these people are desperate for more audience and more money. You gotta start doing some crazy stuff. So I think Destiny is going a little bit nuts right now because I think he's plateaued. And
Sounds like he's content starved.
yeah, he is. I don't think I don't think any of these people would necessarily be bad people if you got them on offline and you just like chilled out with them and they settled down. Preston, please don't make me choose between you and Destiny. I didn't know that Destiny. I know Destiny has a big audience. So I didn't realize that there were like super huge Destiny fans. But I guess there are. Like, I guess everybody has super.
How can you, of all people, say that? Like, there's a reason I call you the God Emperor. Like, you're one of the very few people I know who people would literally buy a fucking T-shirt with a lemon on it, a normal lemon that you didn't even draw yourself. It's just a lemon. It's just a lemon on a T-shirt, and people bought that shit. Like,
yeah. No, I mean, like I say, I think on most things, most things, these debate guys have thought things through and have good ideas. I think that I think with people like Vosh and Destiny, I appreciate both of them for actually having like solid reasons behind what they think. There's a lot of debate lords who are rhetoricians, who just like say shit to win something at the moment and then move on. Like I would say that Ben Shapiro is more that, where he says something at the moment to win in that moment and then moves on. And then later you come back and you're like, well, wait a minute, you lied about X, Y, and Z. Well, I think like people like Destiny and Vosh, like it's very important for them to have their points be true. And I do appreciate that with both of them. It's funny because both of them hate each other and they're actually pretty close on the political spectrum, but they hate each other like so much. And it's a little funny because and then they hate each other so much, but they post so much drama about the feud with the other because it's good for their channels, Vosh is kind of funny in that he does have he has some good spicy takes. I mean, the guy streams like every day. I don't know how he's able to keep it up. So it's funny. I mean, it's not like I don't watch a Vosh stream and see stuff I disagree with and where he's wrong on something because you can't be right when you're streaming all day long. Every day. I mean, you can't be right all the time anyway. Like, obviously, like, I'm wrong on a million things, but you can't be right all day. And he's got some good lines here and there, but he's on every single fucking day, all day. So it's tough, but
it's tough.
Yeah. What was that, Carmine?
I said it's he's on every day. Like, you got to take a break. It's gonna destroy you.
And I think that's actually the thing that is the downfall to a lot of these streamers is that they lack any real world knowledge, because their entire world is the internet. So they're not out there like talking to people, seeing the world, really kind of understanding things for themselves. Oh, did I tell you, Carmine? This fucking really weird thing happened. Have you heard about? Did you see any videos on this girl Heather Morgan?
That sounds familiar. Why does that sound so familiar?
Oh my God.
Heather Morgan. Why does that sound familiar?
This is really, really weird, actually. Heather Morgan is this.
Oh, that's why. The Bitcoin woman.
Yeah, the Bitcoin woman.
Mm-hmm.
So Heather Morgan, this Bitcoin woman who stole like billions of dollars in Bitcoin, right? I met her like several times. Like I had a couple parties that she attended when I lived in Egypt. Like a friend of mine slept with her.
Did he take pictures or?
No, this was back in like 2013. Like,
that's so random.
Yeah, no, really random. So she was living in Cairo. I was living in Cairo. I'm Facebook friends with her. Okay, that's how
You're lying. You're lying. Send me a screenshot right now. Hold on. No, fuck. Don't obviously don't put the screenshot up.
No. I'm gonna. I mean,
hold on. Is your friends
we're
list public?
Facebook friends. Okay.
Don't tell people that.
Don't look.
Obviously.
Let's see if I'm still.
No fucking way.
Okay. Go under.
What's her last name? Just type it
under that. I think it actually is Morgan, but her Facebook name is different. It's Rayhan.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's the Bitcoin woman. How the oh my god.
That's what I'm fucking telling you.
Small world, god damn.
Right.
Small world.
Right. So, I fucking like I met her. She was rapping back then. So she was super into the...
Start back up. Rapping? What the fuck?
Yeah. So she's Turkish American. She was really into Middle Eastern culture. Lived in the Middle East for a long time. She lived in Cairo for a while. Through friends of friends or whatever, because Cairo foreigner community is somewhat small. I meet her. She finds out about a party at my place, and she comes over. She brings a bunch of kind of Egyptian revolutionary types. At the time, well, I mean, when I lived there was after the Arab Spring, but before the coup. So we it was the what we call this the first year was the SCAF period, and then there was a Morsi was president. And then he so have a party. She was very nice. But she did roll in with like 6 dudes that like I'd never met. I think she called me first and was like, "Is it okay if I bring friends?" And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." So she rolls in with like 6 Egyptian guys. In fact, I think you know what? She rolls in with it wasn't just revolutionaries. She ran in with 6 Egyptian gay guys who
I think I've seen this video.
Who were so happy to have, and they spent like the entire party like making out and like being like and getting drunk and making out and like being free, which is, and they were super friendly, and they were like, "Oh, thank you so much for a great party. This was fantastic." Because keep in mind that like as a gay guy in Egypt, it's not like you can be open and do things like drink and make out and be lovey-dovey. So she rolls into this party, with these guys. And they were perfectly nice. They're perfectly respectful. For the it was a kind of raging party, and and they thanked me as a host. They're like, "Oh, thank you for this great party," and they left. So I met her once before that, and then I met her at the party, and then at that party, she hooked up with a buddy of mine, who they hooked up a few times, and so when this news story broke, I was like, "Fuck, I know her." And I sent it to my friend, and he's like, who is happily married now with children. And he's like, "Oh my God, like that was the last woman I was with before like I met my wife." And I was like, "Oh, jeez." Like, it was like so weird, man. So
that
weird.
Is small world. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah. No, so like on her, like you can't see it, but like on her wall is just a bunch of like people being like, "Heard the news. Hope you're okay." Like that's it. That's it. Just hope everything works out for you. Holy moly, hope everything works out for you. Like,
I heard the news. Hope you're okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Well, good luck.
yeah. Now keep in mind this was like, 9 years ago, 10 years ago. So it was just fucking crazy, right? But this is the weirdest moment.
That's funny. That is funny.
Oh, so somebody's saying that the stream is like completely different chat going on than what we were talking about. We've all had over Egyptian revolutionaries. Well, keep in mind at the time, like everyone was a revolutionary. It was like the hip thing to be at the time. Like if you were young and you were going to the protests, which was a lot of the population at the time, you were revolutionary. I mean, it would be Egyptians, like all they talked about was politics for every conversation. It was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy. Let's see. Oh, this is back on comparing Vosh and Destiny. Or wait, I mean, like everything's a mix of socialism and capitalism. Like it's all just about the level of mixture. I'm sure if you told like both Vosh and Destiny like the Preston position of, oh, can we be more like Sweden, like they might both be amenable to that. I mean, they both said vote Democrat in the end. Like Vosh isn't so far gone that he's like, don't vote Democrat. Also, like Vosh is like really into guns. He's got some weird right wing takes too. So I don't know. Almost the entire debate genre is just for posturing for already cultivated audience. Pretty much no one ever has their opinions changed, and their arguments could be made better in other formats. This is true. I think of most adults. I do think that there are very impressionable teenagers out there who are going to get their opinions shifted. And I don't necessarily mean like revolutionarily shifted, but like growing up, like I could say that like growing up, there's no way I was going to be right wing. Like I grew up in a fairly religious town where we were the only ones not going to church. And so right from the beginning, when people were like telling me that I was going to go to hell and stuff like that, like I probably wasn't gonna end up in the right wing camp. And then I started doing a lot of camping, and I got into environmentalism. And again, like that kept me on the left. But a lot of my feelings about like socialism stemmed from me listening to punk rock when I was in like a teenager. And just feelings about like, oh, there's nothing wrong. Like at the time, this is a big deal. Like there was nothing wrong with being gay. And those ideas were first introduced to me by punk rock. And, other things, changed that too. Like I was into theater. I wasn't even going to be against gay people being in theater and things like this. It's just who my friend group was. So I can kind of see the development of my own brain. So, I mean, today where like people live online so much more, I do think that for the young, having these, idols on screen can affect things. And I actually think like someone like Hassan Piker is the most influential, not because of his rhetoric, but because he's a cool guy that a teenager can watch and want to emulate. Like, oh my gosh, that's a cool guy and he believes X. I want to be like him. This is why Joe Rogan is so influential. It's not because Joe Rogan has good fucking takes, because he doesn't. But Joe Rogan is cool, and kids want to be cool, and so they emulate somebody that's cool. So, but I mean, I do agree that the audience is already cultivated, and it's a lot of people hearing what they already believe. It's like Fox News. I mean, they're not changing anybody's mind. They're just having everything reinforced. So I do agree with you, but because it's YouTube, I think some young people are we're watching. So the Bitcoin woman is Heather Morgan. A lot of stories about her recently, but she stole like $4 billion, and it's an unfathomable amount of money, and then Destiny's take on cops was something about, there's been talk about when someone calls the cops, whether we should send social workers there to deal with people instead because they have more training. And, I think Destiny was saying some things about how like the social worker isn't trained to deal with like violence and stuff like that. But it's like, but most calls don't require violence. Like most cops go their entire career and never discharge their weapon, like stuff like that. But anyway, I just wanted to get some huge things before we come back down to the end here. Da, da, da. Yeah, he's left Joe Rogan for sure. He like Hassan Piker like has crafted very well this like bro, like emulate me kind of cool guy thing, which is I think the thing he's really selling. Like I think all these like I don't necessarily think that like each person is selling the same product. Like I don't think Destiny is selling the fact that he's cool, because I don't think somebody looks at Destiny and says, I want to be like Destiny, this like frantic like streamer. I think they watch Destiny because they really like his arguments and they want to hear his arguments. Or I think it's the same with Vosh. I don't think people want to be like Vosh, but I think people want to hear Vosh's arguments. Yeah, I definitely think this is all echo chamber. Make a grunge album with Carmine and use that high school photo as the cover. Yeah, I mean, create my. This is I back in high school I had a haircut kind of like Gavin from Bush, so I could definitely. Let's see. This is also very true. I mean, you definitely need people in life in general to be able to like tell you whether your idea is just wrong. God, what was I watching? I was watching Vosh had an interview with Non-Compete, and Non-Compete, it's not like the guy is an idiot, but at the same time it's very clear that no one ever said to him like, hey, you can't just cite Marx like it's the Bible or as like truth. Like just because like there has to be some sort of like logical reason behind it. You can't, and I think he was very kind of taken aback by that. Like, what? I need to have some sort of like philosophical reason for something besides Marx is right. And so I don't know. Though then again, he seems pretty old to not have had that happen to him yet. Like no one ever like called him out on it. So when like Voss was asking him some like fairly simple questions, like he was really thrown aback, which was a little weird. Like I understand that there's like debate bro culture. Like I'm not going to be the best at debate broing. I would lose in a second. Like if you put me in a debate with Ben Shapiro, like he would debate bro. He'd use rhetoric. And I would look like a stammering idiot, and then they would end it, and I'd be like, oh fuck, I look like a fool. Afterwards, I'd be like, oh, but I have all this evidence. Oh, but it's after the fact. So, no one he'd never had anyone question anybody. So,
that's a weird thing, by the way. I like, because you don't answer your shit. People come to me to ask me about you, and so people always ask me, yo, why don't you get Preston? Like, I can make this happen. Why don't you get Preston and Ben Shapiro to? Why? Like, why would I do
I think
that?
Ben Shapiro's a little big for me. Like, I would do that interview in a second, even if it made me look foolish. I'd still do it.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh shit.
I would, I would do my best to steer the conversation one way. But the guy like has been practicing rhetoric for decades. I have not. He would kill me in that moment. If we were going to do like some sort of written back and forth where we did research, like I have the truth on my side, while he does not. But like, there's, I think I agree here with like here that debate is for the most part performance. Like you're allowed to lie in the moment and use rhetoric in the moment and trick people into believing that you're winning, but then after the fact, like, you've just lied. So I think that, yeah, there'd be some sort of exposure. I mean, I wouldn't go against my principles. I would say like, Ben Shapiro, you're wrong about so many things, and you're an absolute hypocrite on so many things. Like, and I would study up massively, and I would have some zingers to try to get him, but I'd probably fail. This is a professional, you know. Forced Ben to respond to a 30-minute video essay. Right. Yeah, but this is what he's talking about. Sophistry, like when you can get people on their words, you know, with Vosh, I don't know what we'd have too much to talk about. I mean, I guess we'd probably start talking about some sort of random discussion like circumcision or something, get forced into that. Yeah, but I don't know if I don't know if there's, you get to be an old man, and it's tough to be pulled one way or the other. I mean, not that people don't change, but actually, my mother was fairly conservative her entire life, and then started getting pulled way to the left in her old age. So maybe, I don't know, maybe people change. Destroy him in 2 minutes. Don't pull punches. Just go there instantly. Be like, Ben, like, how do you believe the Bible? Like, come on. You say that like you're like going for religious reasons. Like, come on. How do you buy, like, I would honestly like go on and immediately be like, how do you buy Noah's Ark? And I'd like to see him try. And then the minute he admits that like Noah's Ark is wrong, I'd be like, well, then how do you logically like justify anything else? Because he says repeatedly that, religion is the reason, that is the basis for everything. That is like his Orthodox Judaism is like the basis for everything. And I'd be like, okay, how do you explain Noah's Ark? Like, I'd immediately go for that low-hanging fruit. Let's see.
Dim Disciple said something interesting right there, and that's where you guys like kind of get Preston all wrong. He does not need the money. I like you do not like. It's funny, like I had to explain this to another YouTuber about why you don't do a lot of promos. Yeah, we discussed briefly how much like we both make. I have a vague idea still of how much you make. You don't need the money.
No.
Nice.
I mean, plus my wife has a job too. I mean, it's just like, it's I
feel like you only did the promos for Raid because you were bored and it was like something new.
Yeah, I mean, Shapiro's Jewish, not Christian. I mean, Noah's Ark happens in the first 5 books of the Bible, which is the Torah. So we're still there. That's true that he doesn't believe in the Torah. I mean, that's the thing, is like, once you get them on the religion is pretty easy to, and that's the thing, is it would be low hanging fruit, because like religion is impossible to justify because it's so filled with contradictions. But when people have these discussions, they don't go right for the heart of stuff. Like, what's your fundamental reason for believing something? Like, you have to really boil it back. I do respect Vosh a lot in that he talks about the basis for everything that he believes is utilitarianism, and then everything kind of branches from there. And it's a logical structure, and so you can't really do it with the Bible or dogma. It falls apart. And so when people go into these discussions and these debates, they're like, okay, let's talk about trans people, and it's like, boom, we're talking about trans people. Well, wait a minute, what's your fundamental belief on that leads you to that belief? This is why, like, when I talk about abortion, in spicy politics, I do boil it down to religion, because it's like, when you boil it down, when you go back far enough, you're sitting there debating about, whether or not an embryo has a heartbeat, and you're forgetting that, well, one person is basing all of their beliefs on the Bible and another person is not. And that's really the fundamental divide once you kind of get down to these like really basic things. Don't you think it might be an allegory or a metaphor? If something is an allegory and a metaphor, that's fine. But then how do you base everything? Like, how do you then base your political beliefs on something later? Like if one admits that, like, okay, Noah's Ark is a metaphor, okay, then how are you now claiming that women shouldn't have the right to abortion? Like, how can we, like, because couldn't that now be a freaking allegory, a metaphor? The line of I knew you in the womb, kind of thing. Like, it's all based on Old Testament, whether it be Genesis or Leviticus. It's so, like, once you get the person into something messy like allegory or metaphor, you then lose the ability to logically base stuff off of it. I mean, I'm not against the idea of something being metaphor, or allegory. Lots of stuff is allegory and metaphor. But then, if you're going to start basing political beliefs off of a very broad, like, literal interpretation of something, that's tough. That's tough. Did you finish? I've not finished The Expanse yet. I have to watch the last season. I did see that Alt Shift X is doing stuff on it, and I know he's super into it. I mean, obviously, I'd talk to him. But he's big and he's busy. So it's all, I don't know if he'd like to. So, but I'm always up for chatting with people. There are secular pro-lifers. It's not that I don't doubt that there are secular pro-lifers, but I think they haven't thought about it, because there's no logical belief for the being against abortion without religion. I mean, people can have illogical beliefs. People have illogical beliefs all the time. But you're not, if you talk them through it, they're not going to be able to, it's going to break down. Like, they won't be able to do anything. Like, yeah, I mean, if there's one subject I could probably crush Ben Shapiro on, it would be abortion. Like, it's a subject I've studied enough, and I've learned the talking points enough that I'm pretty confident that I could take down most people in a discussion about abortion. But but that's the thing, is there's no secular argument for being against abortion. It just doesn't happen. Like, once you start learning about biology and how everything happens, it just doesn't work that way. Yeah, I've never met a secular anti-choice person. It's true. I've met a few, but then once I quizzed them on it, like they actually did have some sort of weird, at least superstitious belief. Like once I met somebody that wasn't particularly religious, and they're like, well, shouldn't we play it safe? And I'm like, what do you mean play it safe? He's like, well, what if like there is actually a soul in there? I'm like, what do you're open to the idea of human souls and like floating ghosts, like being, and he's like, I'm open to it, and like, and so it kind of gives me the willies, and it's, but once you start saying, well, what do you mean by a soul? Like, what do you think a soul is? And then they're like, I don't know. Like, do you think like there's a God shooting down souls into wombs, warging zygotes? Like, do you think that's how the world works? And they're like, and you realize they haven't really thought about it very clearly. So yeah, I mean, this is the thing, is I don't believe souls exist either. But I've put forward to people a million times over my whole life, like, what is the secular argument? Is like, try to prove me wrong. Like, put forward a secular argument for against abortion, and I've never gotten it. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is it, right? Like, we're talking about warging zygotes. Now, the thing is, I could kick your ass at circumcision. Probably not. I could probably win any circumcision discussion too. But circumcision is not that important. It's not nearly as important as so many things. So people wrote me into it because it's very emotional, but it's not as important as, say, abortion or vaccines, But like, so warging zygotes is, I guess, that's the anti-choice position, right? So, okay. So this is the question, like, at what point does life begin? So we've got to go into some biology here, okay? This is going to be really boring for most people, and it's going to be really sad that this stream is probably going to be demonetized or taken down because of my earlier video watching. Maybe I'll cut that out, and then maybe it'll be up. So here's a really weird thing that blows most men's mind. Most women know this shit, but most men do not. Okay, so first off, when a woman has sex and conception happens, sperm comes, it meets the egg. A woman is at that point, a woman is 2 to 3 weeks pregnant. And that sounds really weird to people. And they're like, wait, what? Like, yeah. So a woman's normal period cycle, to be considered normal, a woman, if she has a cycle anywhere between 3 and 6 weeks, that's regular. So, for instance, my wife is 5 weeks, but most women in the world, you're considered normal if you have between a 3-week and a 6-week period cycle. So, because you don't know where conception happens, we don't know. Sperm can live inside for a few days even. And so you don't know when the egg's coming out. So you don't know when conception happens. No one knows when conception happens. You can't know when conception happens. It's happening on a microscopic level with like millions and millions of sperm. So we'll never, ever know when conception happens. So when you go into the doctor and they're like, how pregnant are you? All they can go with is when your last period was. So when a woman gets pregnant, she's 3 weeks pregnant, 2 to 3 weeks pregnant, right? And so a woman also doesn't know she's pregnant until she misses her next period. So again, if you can have, like, many women have 5 to 6 week period cycles. So it's, it's somewhere between 4 and 6 weeks. And then that's just when the period's supposed to happen. How long is late? Some women are a week late. Some women are 2 weeks late sometimes. So when you have these laws in America that are like at 6 weeks, you can't get an abortion. That's fucking bull fucking shit. Like horrible bullshit. Like, oh my God. Like it, you have no fucking clue. Some women also just miss a period 1 month and then the next month they get one. Like, there's so much fucking craziness here. Okay. So the idea of these laws in Texas, that is law right now, that the Supreme Court is probably going to like hold up, and that where they have mimic laws in half of America, is about like trying to ban abortion completely when women don't even know they're pregnant. Now, it's insane stuff. Now, now, even if you get there on the practical, okay. Now, some people are like, well, you know, I'm against abortion. And then I'm like, oh, you and your girlfriend, you have sex, right? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, okay. Well, do you guys use the pill? And he's like, right. It's like, you fucking idiot. Do you not understand like how the pill works? And there's another, like sitting down with men, having biology lessons. Like, men don't know this shit. Men don't know how the pill works. So the pill works in 3 ways to keep women from getting pregnant. 1, it stops like eggs from ovulating, like from coming out. But sometimes that still happens. So a second way that the pill works is it prevents implantation of a fertilized egg in the uterine wall. And so there's conception if you're using the pill. The third way has to do with mucus on the cervix, preventing sperm from entering. So if you're using the pill, you have no clue if you've had a fertilized egg. So when people start talking about life beginning at conception, we're talking about not just ending abortion. You're talking about ending the pill, like getting rid of the pill. This is how fucking like serious it is. Now, again, you talk to the average man, he doesn't fucking know this shit. They're so fucking stupid. Men are fucking idiots. They don't know that when women have, like, when conception happens, women are 3 weeks pregnant. Like, they don't know that. Like, even George R. Martin, when he's writing, I'm sure George R. Martin knows this, but when George R. Martin writes and he says like, oh, 9 moons passed since we had sex and then we had a baby, that's not how long it would take. It would be 8.5 months. It's 9 months from your period. The actual incubation period of a child is 8.5 months. It's not 9 months. Yeah, it's 9 months rounding up. So it's like our entire society is built on this fucking ridiculousness, right? And also, like, we're talking about ending like in vitro fertilization as well, if you're talking about and all of the people that do in vitro fertilization, because in that situation you've got a petri dish and you're throwing in a bunch of sperm with a whole bunch of embryos, and then they get multiple fertilized eggs and multiple embryos, and those embryos go into the trash. So it's just fucking nuts. Now, where life begins, I say birth. Really, when you're talking about like when life begins, no, life doesn't begin at any moment. We're all part of we're all part of a continuum since the beginning of time. We're all an unbroken chain of life going back to 4.5, to not 4.5 billion years, but 4 billion years to the beginning of life. And that, practically speaking, birth is just the clearest place you can do it. But you're not even you when you're born. You're a fucking idiot that doesn't understand time and space, that can't remember anything, staring at the sky going, like that's barely like a conscious thing. You can't recognize yourself in a mirror. You don't know like light from darkness. Like, it's just ridiculous. These ridiculous questions. Like, I'm going to choose birth because it's practically the most convenient one. Conception is just the dumbest fucking thing. The other one is like viability of a fetus, which is also kind of ridiculous because, like, technology affects that, and who cares about viability? Like, it's anyway. Um, da, 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 da. Roast them dumbass babies. um, Three Body Problem. Not. I haven't read it yet. I'm gonna read Three Body Problem. Everybody's been telling me, though they say it's a hard read. It's hard read. Let's see here. I don't think Preston would reassure us about irregular periods today. He covers so many things. Oh. Brain doesn't fully develop until 25. We should be able to abort kids. I mean, it's not that like I think that like conceptually, abstractly, like a 2-year-old has the same, and I'm talking about my son is 2. I'm not saying a 2-year-old has the same there as an adult. He's not fully there. But practically speaking, it's just birth is a pretty easy spot to do it. Let's practically do that. That's what we have done. It's practically there. But everybody I mean, if we're but the joke, a lot of people use these slippery slope arguments, and of course, slippery slope is a logical fallacy. Like you can't, we live on a slippery slope. Everything's a slippery slope. Like I can say, okay, well, slippery slope. If everybody has 3 kids, the world's unsustainable. If everybody has 2 kids, well, we're all going to die because we don't have enough people to replace. So slippery slope. Like you can't make these like things. So it's everything is slippery slope. Oh, if the one they always use is like, oh, if we allow abortion, then the next thing you know, we're gonna be killing old people. Well, that didn't happen. It didn't happen. We haven't been killing old people. It's yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, the other and this is the other thing is this brings up the issue of so when an egg and a sperm get fertilized, the rate of miscarriage is actually 75%. Okay, once a woman kind of knows she's pregnant, it's like 50%. Like, well, that's even knows. Like the earliest moment you could get it. Like if you figure out, you take a pregnancy test, and within, and you find out before even your missed period that you're pregnant, like that is still 50% chance of miscarriage. And so this idea that all these fertilized eggs are actually like dead souls, like 75% of our society, we should be mourning because, oh my God, they all died. Like, it's we don't function that way. We don't function. We don't treat miscarriages as births. I do think that the Texas law will be. I think they say 11 states have similar laws that are going forward, that will go on the books if. And I think in Oklahoma they want to create a database of people that may be seeking abortions. It's it's pretty nuts. Pretty nuts.
Oklahoma wants to create a database of this. I'm assuming the government would be in charge of that.
Yeah, I think so.
But I thought the right wingers hated big government. What's going on here?
Well, they only like they love it when it's on their side. Yeah. So it's a weird thing. Oh, this is an interesting question. This is an interesting thing. Eugenics. So I'm going to have a real spicy take here, okay? A real clippable spicy take. every human being is a eugenicist on an individual level. The issue is you don't want the government to be eugenics based, right? So all of us look out for our potential mates, and we think about whether the person that we want to mate with is attractive, and that we want to produce. Like, if you see a deformed person, you don't want to fuck that. You don't want to have children with a deformed person. And so in that sense, we're all eugenicists. We all do care about healthy offspring. Women are attracted to big, strong, strapping young men. Men are attracted to, women with breasts and butts and things like that. Not everybody, but, everybody has their preferences. But we all have things that turn us on, that attract us. Foreign accents are attractive because they're other, they're outside of our gene pools and things like this. So we are all kind of eugenicists. Now I've got to look up let's look up somebody got me on the eugenics definition. So eugenics on the definition is the study of all agencies under human control which can improve or impair racial equality for a future generation. That's the thing, is then we start talking about, whether it's the body. I mean, I think you're somewhat correct that's when you're caring about one individual, when you're caring about just your kid, you are correct. When you're caring about just your kid specifically, you're not talking about the whole population. So it's not really technically eugenics. Though I will say, regarding this, there are anti-abortionists in various states who try to put on the law, and I think they exist in some states, that if you find out your kid is Down syndrome, that you're not allowed to get an abortion. If your kid's healthy, you can get an abortion. If the fetus is healthy, you can get an abortion. If it has Down syndrome, no. And they push these through on the idea of eugenics. That, aborting Down syndrome kids, that's eugenics, so we got to ban it. Of course, their real goal was to just try to end abortion in general. But I kind of, in that situation, I think women have the liberty to have abortion whenever they want. I believe that's their right. So it's a tough take, to say, if a woman has a Down syndrome baby, should it be legal for her to have an abortion? I would have to be yes, it is. She has the right to have an abortion no matter what, is my belief. It sounds rough, and it sounds a bit eugenics but it's I just feel that people have the right. I can't judge their right. Now, this is what we're really talking about, is the forced abortions, because what it's really about is eliminating choice, right? I would hate to have a situation where you're forcing abortions, and I would hate to have a situation where you're forced not to have an abortion. I believe it should be, liberty and choice should be the issue. I think you can actually I think there might even still be a few states, a handful out there with some stuff where it's if you have a very impaired child, super mentally retarded, that a parent can have the child get an abortion. And then there's the question of is that forced? Are they even aware what's going on? So a friend of mine used to work at a home for the mentally handicapped. And he said a major fucking problem with working there was one huge thing was security. That all the time, dudes would roll into the home to have sex with the women. And every fucking month, there would be a pregnancy. He said it was really bad. And in those situations, he said that most of the time they did get abortions, but I don't. But it is really weird because, like, what is consent at some point when when the parents just come in and are like, okay, did you want to get an abortion? Okay, she doesn't know what's going on at all. But at the same time, like, having her have the kid and being unable to raise it, and it also perhaps having like a problem is also really weird and creepy. And so it's tough. It's really weird. I mean, I said it in the full frame of the full term. I didn't say it by itself as a derogatory word. Someone got on me the other day for saying American Indian. It turns out American Indian is actually the preferred term, and that white people have been using Native American like too much, and that, well, actually, it's a very complicated issue, but actually, but like American Indians for the most part prefer to be called their tribal name, and it depends on the group. Some prefer Native American. Most prefer American Indian as the second term after their tribal name, or the new term indigenous is being used more, which is also complicated because in Latin America, the term Indian they hate and they would like to use indigenous. So it's weird stuff, but yeah. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't using anything as a term, as a slur, but anyway, these are all. I mean, that's the thing is, I'm not gonna. Everything eventually becomes a slur, or everything preferences change. The term black was going out of favor and then came back into favor. Everything odd. I'll call people whatever they want to be called. So it's fine. I don't mean any offense. I'll call people whatever they prefer to be called. But at the same time, like, know that I'm going to make mistakes. I think in this situation with the home, they do start doing that. But then still they're like, oh, you're going to put on forced birth control. And it's like, well, at what point when a person has like no ability for consent in their life, like what's going on? It's really rough. It's really rough stuff. I have not checked out CGP Gray's YouTube channel. The knowledge I just thing that I talked about was from the Museum of the Smithsonian Institute's webpage for the Museum of the American Indian. So that's where I got my information on preference of usage.
CGP Gray's, that's a really good YouTube channel. He did a very good Lord of the Rings video and explains like basically all the gods and all the races, and very good channel.
Okay, so he had something on American Indians versus Native American.
I didn't watch it, but yeah. I'm sure he did.
It's really weird because it's a weird thing to me that the term Native American has become so popular, because a lot of American Indians don't like the term because when you say Native, it implies you get this idea of being primitive. It still has the whole problem of exoticizing the other, and their whole life they've been using American Indian, and all of a sudden, like another group is telling them what to use. So it's a little weird. And so I keep using American Indian, and every once in a while people look at me weird, like, why are you using American Indian? I was like, because it's the preferred term currently. I'm not sure if it's going to change, but it's the preferred term in America right now. So, but most people don't know any American Indians, so they don't ask them. like all they know is their small circle of woke scolds. We all have them. So
woke scolds, that's the term. Well, just ask just have like a major nationwide poll and ask Native Americans what they did. They did
actually, and that's where the Smithsonian gets their. That's why it's called the Museum of the American Indian, because they did actually do that. Okay, I got a super chat that I'm supposed to read here. My moil took half my member, so I only got a foot left to play with. I could have been a star. I the this is about so the joke here, and I'll ruin the joke, is that the moil is the rabbi who performs the circumcision on Jewish babies, and so he's saying that he got half of his dick cut off, and now he's only got a foot long dick. Yes. But yeah, the silliness. All right, the joke is out there, Ross. I gotcha. All right, here is, and Carmine's belief about Latinx is
Don't even get me started. It's so stupid. Don't even get me started.
It's mixed. That's the thing, is I think most people.
It is not mixed. It is not mixed.
I mean, I do know some Latinos who do like the term, but
are they actually Latinos or were they born in the United States?
They were born in Spain.
Okay,
but I think if you did a survey, it would not do well.
It did not do well. In fact, they did a survey, and it said that most people would not vote for a presidential candidate using the term Latinx.
Oh, wow, yeah. My amigex. Someone wants me to talk about the Taipei MRT. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good system. It's really fast to get on. It goes a lot of places. I have no complaints about it. There's a lot of public bathrooms to use. It's clean. No food on it. I have all good things to say about Taipei's MRT. I like DC's. I think DC's is great, but it's better than DC's. I mean, the escalator. I mean, DC. The escalators are always broken, and it's kind of slow. The red line's always down, but So this is a funny thing about Carmine. Did I tell you about the question? There was a question of whether or not Sotomayor is the first Hispanic justice, and well,
what?
Turns out there was. So when Sotomayor went on the Supreme Court, everybody kind of said, "Oh, this is the first Hispanic justice, or first Latin American justice to make it on the Supreme Court." And I read this interesting article about, well, that's actually kind of messy. So the term Hispanic actually derives from Hispania, which is the Latin term for the whole Iberian Peninsula. So, which includes Portugal, modern day Portugal. So there's this question of when I talk about Carmine probably wouldn't say he's Hispanic because he's Brazilian, but
no, we're Latino.
But he's of Portuguese descent. So You're not technically wrong to say that he's Hispanic, but he would never use that term. And I don't know many Brazilians that would use the term. And so does Hispanic include, that's the other question. So does Hispanic include Portuguese speaking Latin Americans, and does it include Spain and Portugal? Because you're from you're from Hispania, you're literally from the Iberian Peninsula. So the question is, are they Hispanic? Because obviously we use Hispanic in America, and we really mean like Mexican or Puerto Rican for the most part, maybe some Central American, the largest ethnic groups that we run into in America, in the United States. So it gets really complicated. So there was a Supreme Court justice who was of Portuguese descent. And so he could be considered the first Hispanic Supreme Court justice. But it all depends on what it means, obviously in use, we don't use it to mean Spaniards. I agree. But normally, because we normally just use it to mean, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, El Salvadorians, Guatemalans, or something. Like we kind of have this idea of what Hispanic is, but a lot of things change. A lot of America's weird. Like when I Love Lucy was on, uh, this was a show about Lucy being married to a Cuban American. And if that were put on the air like 20 years ago, everyone would be like, "Oh my gosh, this progressive show about a woman married to a Hispanic man." But like Hispanic identity wasn't really a thing yet back when I Love Lucy was on. So Desi Arnaz was just a white guy. Like she was just married to a white guy who happened to be from Cuba. So it wasn't that like big of a deal, So like identity can be all kind of weird and funny, Yeah, I didn't know this. I didn't know this about Iberia. I'll have to look this up. But yeah. Anyway, I've been going on for.
This guy's profile picture fucks me up. I know that's AOC combined with Ben Shapiro.
Really?
It looks. That's AOC and Ben Shapiro like combined if they fused.
Oh, it's such a pretty girl. Right?
I
mean, from looking at this small little circle, do I speak German? Not really very much. No. I didn't study it as much as I should have. I mean, I can speak some very basic phrases, but my German is not good. All right. Are Quebecers Latinos? I guess you'd have to figure out like where. Oh, because it's Latin speaking America. Oh, that's a good point. Carmine, is Quebec? Are they Latin America?
Quebec, the Canadian province?
Right, because Latin America, when they said that term, what they meant was like, okay, Portuguese and Spanish derive from Latin, so this is Latin America, right? I'm gonna have to double check that because I don't actually know if that is true, but it seems like I'm logically thinking that that's the etymology of Latin America.
And yes, Ben Shapiro's sister does kind of look like him in a wig. I agree with that.
Yeah, the region consists of peoples who speak Spanish, Portuguese, and French. So these languages, other than Italian and Romanian, developed from Latin during the days of the Roman Empire, and thus it's Latin America. So, I mean, I guess we're throwing in French Guiana there, and some French-speaking Caribbean islands.
I don't think Quebec would be. I don't know.
Obviously in practice, no one does it, but you're right. Like, it's an interesting point that like. That it's an interesting point that it's Latin based. They should be Latino. I'm gonna the next Quebecer I meet. I'm gonna bring that up with you. And then the question of like are Haitians Latino? And this is this weird thing about the term Latino. I mean, I would definitely say that Haitians are Latino, but you're right. I think the point is correct in that people don't tend to think of French speakers as Latino. Like a black Cuban, you'd say, okay, that's Latino. Or a black Portuguese, a black Brazilian, you'd say, okay, they're Latino. But we don't think about Haiti that way. Oh, they're French, Of course, there's a lot of parts of Carmine. Aren't there parts of northern Brazil that are English speaking?
There's actually I saw this the other day. There's actually so when the Confederates lost, some of them actually moved to Brazil, and every year since they've I'm talking about the villa.
I do. They did it. They moved to a few other places too, like Honduras and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so there is a Confederate like parade in Brazil, and it's not about like racism or anything. It's just tradition at this point. I don't to answer your question. I don't know. I don't I don't I think
There's a weird it's Livingston. I went to Guatemala once, and there's a city on the coast in Guatemala that's Black English speaking, and I think some people talked about that there must be some areas in northern Brazil that are English speaking, but I mean, parts of English come from Latin, so are we all are we all Latin
you're
American?
just going down a rabbit hole here, man. You're just going down a different rabbit hole.
Right? Yeah, this is what I get this here. Yeah, 50% of English vocabulary is Latin derived, right? Yeah, yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah. Um, yeah, and these kind of weird aspects about this brings us back to the American Indian thing, is that most American Indians prefer their tribe because they don't really feel very much um, uh, American Indian unity. So if you meet an American Indian, and granted, some people run into American Indians all the time, but a lot of American you never run into an American Indian. But generally speaking, they prefer their tribe. That's the culture they know, and the culture of that tribe is going to be violently different from a different tribe. Latin America, I mean, the countries are so violently different, and even within the country, so violently different. Like where you're from in in Brazil, Carmine, is very different from northern Brazil and things like that. So, um, and is Taiwan Latin America? So Taiwan was controlled by the Spanish, the Portuguese, and the Portuguese at various periods of time, and the Dutch as well. Um, but they're not. It's not in America though. I could see someone being like, well, it's Latino. If you just like referred to it as Latin, like the Filipinos, like that's Latin Asia. Latin Asia. Can we have that?
A lot of Filipinos would agree with you there. I know
Yeah.
San Miguel is like a huge popular last name
Oh
in
yeah.
the
I mean, to
Philippines.
say hello in Tagalog is como esta. Um, mm, yeah. And this is the thing: is Europeans are not one culture. It's like it's there is this theory that really, even though Americans and and Europeans, Westerners, like to throw other cultures all together. Like they'll say African culture, which is like the biggest laughable thing. Like African culture, like insanely diverse place, right? Or East Asian culture, like what? Like um, that there's this idea of the West and the rest kind of idea that actually, when it comes down to it, like Western culture, because it all derives from Rome, has more sense of unity than any other place in the world. And so if you want to like lump Westerners together, like that's not smart but it's probably like the most accurate of any other lumping you're going to be doing, because everywhere else is just so mixed up and doesn't necessarily have the same cohesiveness. I mean, one could make an argument about China, but that it had various moments of unity and breaking apart and unity again. That makes it similar, but it's tough when like a place like Africa that never had, or Latin America that never had a moment of unity. Like you never like you know um, Simone Bolivar's vision never happened. Like we never had a unified Latin America. So when we talk about Latino culture, like, oh well, oh dreadful, dreadful. So someone's gonna clip me. Anyway, Isn't China about the size of Europe? Size-wise, yeah. Population-wise, even about double, right? So, I have seen Time Bandits. I have mixed feelings about Time Bandits. This will be the last thing because I've been on here 4 hours, guys, and I need to rest. I have seen Time Bandits, and I kind of have mixed feelings on the movie. I really don't like the ending, and I don't like the portrayal of the parents. I think it's just really mean-spirited kind of stuff that kind of ruins the movie for me. And I think when they actually did test screenings for it, most people really did hate the ending, and they misinterpreted the test screenings and left the ending in. Anyway, it's just like, I like the rest of the movie. The movie's got some great concepts, but yeah, just it was really kind of a downer, like that very shocking ending where they just kill the kid's parents, so it's really weird. Anyway, guys, thank you for listening to me rant. I'll talk to you next time, and I'm exhausted. 4 hours. Who can do this every day for like 8 hours? And Carmine, thank you for joining me as well.
Of course.
All right, man. Hey, thanks a bunch. I'll talk to you guys later.